Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Inescapable Arsenal by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. 1. Amelia is stubborn, eccentric, and absolutely the best friend I've ever had. You ask why I risked everything to save her? Because no matter the risk, that woman is a treasure to mankind, and I would be as guilty as the people who took her if I hadn't tried. I miss her every day. Every day. Excerpt from Studio 50's interview with Kate Petronelli, a.k.a. Domino, founding member of the Protectors. My hands won't move. I'm telling them to, but they won't budge. Just sit there, white-knuckling the wheels on my chair while I stare at the black and white tile floor. If I take my hands off the wheels, they'll shake, and I don't want anyone to see me freaking out. Well, anyone other than Kate, who patiently waits for me while I have my panic attack. Amelia, it's going to be okay. Really. Dr. Grace is one of the best. She assures me your parents are making good progress. Remember, they asked to see you. I nod. She makes perfect sense in the way she always does. Breathe, Amelia. Just breathe. It's one of the lessons taught while I learned to come to grips with my paraplegia. Panic attacks do me no favors. Despite my decent shape and the exercise I do get, there are inherent dangers in being paralyzed, and I work extra hard to avoid the pitfalls of paraplegia. Kate, what if they don't remember who I am? I look to her for help. Kate Petronelli could have modeled for a living if she wanted to. Hell, with her powers, she could do anything. And she chose to fight crime. She's finally ditched her disguise and now wears her straight black hair just past her shoulders. Her green eyes stare at me behind the very fashionable glasses I had custom-made for her. They let her talk to epic whenever she needs to. The rest of her outfit is as tasteful and well put together as I could expect. Stylish white blouse, a cardigan throw, and a flowing skirt that dropped down to her ankles, and a pair of 4-inch heels I would love to wear. I had a dark blue turtleneck and jeans, though. With the temperature outside below 40 degrees, I opted for a thick wool blanket over my legs. The only thing out of the ordinary is my very bulky, high-tech-looking wheelchair. Of course, it isn't a wheelchair, it's my Mark III armor. I didn't want to spend a lot of time redesigning the wheel. It ended up being more of a Mark 2.5, but with enough changes, I decided to go with the 3 designator. Amelia, this isn't about them miraculously fully recovering. It's a process, one you are holding back because you don't want to see them. She holds up her hand to forestall my complaint. Believe me, I understand how painful it is, but you are holding it back. They need to see you. They need to try and reforge those neural pathways. I nod. I hate it when she's right. Can you push? I don't think I can keep my hands from shaking. With a grin, she steps behind me. Despite its appearance, the suit is actually quite light. Even if it wasn't, Kate would put an Olympic weightlifter to shame. Have you decided where you want to go for your birthday? Where I come from, 21 is a big deal. I shake my head. I don't celebrate birthdays. The only one I remember is my 6th, the one we had just before we left for California. I don't need a yearly reminder of what I've lost. I have it daily. That's too bad, because we are celebrating. I don't respond. I don't want to force the issue right now. I'll just weasel out of it when the time comes. I hear her giggle and realize she can probably feel exactly what I'm thinking. We move in silence as she pushes me through the first floor. Like most hospitals, and I have visited my fair share, the smell of antiseptic is heavy in the air. Doctors and nurses scurry about here and there. She pushes me over to the elevator banks, and we wait as the light blinks at us. Any word from Carlos? She asks. I shake my head. Only that he received an offer to learn guitar from some famous person in Spain. His family said he packed up and left overnight about 3 days after the incident. Nothing since. I've emailed him a couple of times, but no joy. He's 20, in Spain, and he plays guitar. Use your imagination as to why he could be occupied." "Why, Catherine Petronelli, are you jealous?" I turned to see her face, and sure enough, there was a hint of red on her cheeks. "Not jealous, per se, just I get overly used to being the most popular girl in the room. It can be disconcerting when I'm ignored." She waves her hand in the air dismissively. "Oh, I know I should be thankful, but part of me likes the attention," she said with a sigh. "The bad part of me. Well, I'm sure he's having a good time and thinking about you every minute. You or Monica, I'm not sure which." Kate smiles and pushes me into the elevator. The building stretched up 30 floors, and my parents were close to the top for security reasons. Once in, we fish out our ID and show it to the camera. The elevator had an ECM suite to rival my own. I should know. I designed it for them. No one trying to access the 29th floor could do so using mind control. I made sure. We ride up in silence. I really didn't want to stay away, but the part of me that was still a scared little girl curled up in my mind and cringed at the thought of losing her parents. Again. Kate's reassuring hand squeezes my shoulder. The warmth of her feelings flows through our link, and the edge of my panic vanishes. I can do this. The doors open into a sterile room with metallic ink painted on the walls. A lonesome stainless steel tray with 2 necklaces sit alone in the middle of the otherwise empty white room. We place them over our necks, and a white LED flashes on, letting the staff know the ECM was active and working. Kate could still use her powers to some degree, pheromones and touch, but she couldn't read anyone's emotions or influence them without touch. She pauses for a second, stumbling to the side and holding her head as if a huge headache had just cold-cocked her. Wheeling over, I lean down to look up at her. "You okay?" "Okay, She looks around, eyes unfocused, as if she can't quite see her surroundings. "Oh, good Lord, Amelia! Can you make me one of these?" She holds up the necklace. The ones Mars Corp made for the hospital ran on a rechargeable battery. They were good for 2 hours, tops. "Of course. I should have thought about that. Yeah, and I can make it look like however you want, and—" I lower my voice to a hush. "Power it with something a tad more energetic." She nods emphatically. "Please, I'd forgotten what it was like to be alone in my own head." I grin. I love doing things for her, and this would certainly take the cake. "Okay, let's go in." The doors open, and the security guards behind it, also wearing the amulets, check our ID one more time. Kate pushes me down the sterile hallway, past a desk and several rooms. The feel was that of a hotel more than a hospital here, which made sense considering how long-term some of the patients were. "Any thoughts about the president's offer to form a team?" she asks as we follow the orderly. Epic and I ran the numbers, and we're just not sure. We both think it's a good idea, but the 2 biggest obstacles are finding people we can trust and, well, me. "You?" I could hear the surprise in her voice. "They want me to lead it. They won't trust anyone else to take charge. I'm no leader, Kate. You know this." She clears her throat. "Amelia Lockhart, I know no such thing. You moved into the Diamondbacks and practically took over in a day. You're a natural-born leader." No, I wasn't, but there was no arguing with her. Making suggestions to the Diamondbacks was one thing. Being the full-on leader of a superhero team was something else entirely. I wanted to do it, but I also maybe thought I should solve this solo. After all, Pythia said I caused the destruction of mankind. What if this is how I do it? What if creating a team and then failing at leading them caused us to fail at some crucial moment, and then we all died? I shake my head. This is a trap I've been caught in for months, ever since I sent Erickson off into space. Every move I make could bring us closer to extinction. Not moving could bring us closer. I hunch my shoulders and rub my face, my chest tight with the fear of it all, and from meeting my parents. I needed a second. I signal for Kate to stop. "No," she says. "What do you mean, no? I can transform this chair and— Amelia, breathe and listen. You're meeting your parents. Put the rest of the stuff out of your mind for 1 second and just enjoy this. Either she hit me with her calm down whammy, or her words just made sense. Either way, I calmed down. Okay, let's do this thing. The orderly gestures for us to continue, smiling at Kate with the largest grin possible. He also has his gut sucked in. It's a good thing I'm not the envious type. Even with her active powers dampened, she's still the hottest woman in the room. The cafeteria lay beyond the double doors, a large spacious room with massive bay windows facing west, to let in as much of the natural light as possible. They also came with a magnificent view of Puget Sound. The hospital crowded a hill west of Woodland Park Zoo with at least a few hundred feet of elevation, giving us a fantastic view of the entire sound. I could eat lunch here every day. I don't think I've ever seen so much water in one place, I say. It rains a lot here, Kate says dismissively. Kate, so good to see you, Dr. Grace says as she approaches. The doctor has a svelte figure, dark features, and even darker hair. If I had to guess, I'd say she hailed from India, or her parents did. I tried to guess her age, but I'm terrible at it, and she didn't look much older than me. Dr. Grace, Rashi, please. Rashi, Kate continues. Are they ready? I didn't want to look past her, didn't want to see them. 14 years I spent looking for them, and now I'm terrified of how they will look at me. I wipe my sweaty hands on the blanket in the hopes that they will stop. They are, and eager, if not excited to see your friend. This way, she said, turning. There they were. My fear vanishes for a heartbeat. Mom and Dad, sitting at a table, laughing over a shared joke. His hair is shorter than when I saw him last. Mom's longer. Her hair is as black as my own, and when I see her face, it's like looking into a mirror. I've let my own hair grow out in the last few months to just below my shoulders. They're laughing, and I so badly want to join them. Go on, Kate says, gesturing toward them. I need to confer with the good doctor. With a deep breath for strength, I push forward. Dad stops as he sees me, gently tapping Mom's hand. She turns, and her dark brown eyes widen at the sight of me. I move the next 10 feet in silence before coming to a rest at the table. They have some food, a burger and fries in front of my dad, and a salad for Mom. They must have just finished eating, since about half the food is left on the plate. Hi, I say. They both smile, glancing at each other, then me. I can tell they don't know what to say. Neither do I. Hi yourself. You're Amelia, right? Dad says. I shake my head, biting my lips in a supreme effort to hold back tears. We've heard only a few things about you. Dr. Grace feels it's important we get to know you. She thinks it will help us re-establish our memories, Mom says. Can you tell us about yourself? I know this is hard for you. She glances at Dad. Us too. We thought— He takes her hand. We thought we were doing good work for so long, and then— Well, you know, he says with a shrug. We want to remember you. We really do. We always wanted a child, but we thought we couldn't have one. They both glance down when he speaks. As hard as it is for me, it has to be just as hard for them. I open my mouth to speak, but I can't formulate any words for a moment. What do I tell them? About the accident? About living with her brother? I decide to go with that. Well, after the accident, I went to live with your brother. He took care of me. I was only 6, so I didn't really understand what was going on. I guess there was something of a reverse custody fight. Mom's smile falters, and I can tell she doesn't remember anything. A quick glance at Dad says the same thing. They're hollow behind their eyes. No memories of me or their life. I grab my wheels to turn around when a crack of thunder shakes the windows. A dark shadow spreads out over the bay and engulfs the hospital. Amelia? Kate asks from behind me. I push over to the window. Some kind of atmospheric disruption? The clouds over the bay thin, lighting up as a massive heat source barrels through them. A meteorite splits the sky in a massive fireball before crashing into the bay with a massive explosion. A wall of water 100 feet high forms in an instant as the shockwave spreads out. Someone screams behind me. I roll myself backward. Epic, initiate! I barely have time to speak before the shockwave is on us. The chair jerks into place, ejecting the wheels and standing me up at the same time. The armor reconfigures, sliding around to engulf me. The helmet flips over in parts before the kinetic emitters lock the whole thing in place. The suit hisses with pressurization when the shockwave hits the windows, blowing them out with a bang. Glass shards explode inward, sending thousands of razor-sharp daggers forth to shred my parents and everyone else in the room. Else in the room. Else in the room. Else in the room. 2. Power surges through the suit, snapping the kinetic shields to life. Epic, thank God, is faster than me and throws them out wide, straining the circuits to protect as many people as he can. The majority of the glass falls harmlessly to the ground. Thankfully, only a few dozen people are in the dining hall. Kate rapid ports people to the hallway, away from the windows. Open faceplate, I tell Epic. The mirrored section slides up into the helmet. Mom, Dad, I have to go. You should be safe here. I look to the doctor, who nods. We have bomb shelter for emergencies, Dr. Grace says. It was nice to see you, I say. I can't seem to bring myself to I love you. I do, in the way that I love the idea of my parents. But those people, the ones who I spent so long looking for, they might as well be dead. The faceplate slams shut as I spin, running for the window. I shatter glass as I jump through the already broken window. Epic, sit rep. A meteorite has hit the Puget Sound. You think? Comms traffic is going crazy. No one saw it or knew about it, as far as I can tell. I am checking Seattle ATC for data. One moment. Thrusters hum as we pour on the speed, and I'm flying over the harbor in seconds from 500 feet up. The new armor is handling fabulously. I have all my weapons, minus my sword, plus my new main gun, codename SDF-1. But something isn't right. I zoom over to where the meteor hit and take a flyby. The water churns from the displacement, and there are waves. They're just not large waves. Amelia, SeaTac ATC confirms what I thought. They did not see it on their air traffic radar. It came in stealth. I also do not believe it struck the water at terminal velocity. Kate is calling. On screen, I tell him. I've got your parents to the bomb shelter, and the rest of the hospital is evacuating. Where do you want me? I'm still processing what Epic told me. If it didn't come in at terminal velocity, it isn't natural. Can they be here already? It's only been a few months. Kate, get to the waterfront. Coordinate with the police. We need it evacuated, and I mean ASAP. I don't see any waves. What's going on? Other than Luke, Kate is the only other person who knows what Erickson told me. They're here. What do you mean, they? Like alien they? Get to the waterfront. Get it clear. I'm on it. I hear her swear before she cuts the line, not something she does often. I really needed more time to plan this. I've only just finished the Mark III armor. Amelia, I suggest we gain some altitude and orbit the area. Right. I pull up, switching our ECM to full power. Fire up Artemis, just in case. I'd hate to shoot an arrow at a populated city, but we might not have a choice. Affirmative. Artemis is tracking. Orbital thrusters firing. Remembering the Alamo. I open my mouth to speak when the suit jerks hard right, eliciting a grunt from me. The M-drive punches me in the gut, and our airspeed shoots past 500 miles per hour in 3 seconds. Sorry, the alien craft shot out of the water below us. What? I shake my head, trying to clear the fog from the sudden G-forces. I take back control, pulling a long turn, and then I see it. Epic, why isn't it showing up on the HUD? I cannot see it. I only knew it was there because of the sudden displacement of millions of gallons of water. It's frigging huge. If I had to guess, it would be the size of an aircraft carrier and roughly the same shape. A long rectangle with hundreds of bumps on the surface, almost as if it were covered in half-domes. The rear of the vessel lights up, sending out waves of heat, followed by a roar as its engines kick in. It appears to be using some form of anti-gravity to hover and reaction thrust engines to move. I can detect the thermal output of its engines, but not the machine itself. I can only see it visually, and that tells me very little. Stealth tech. Got it. I finish my turn, making sure to give it wide berth. GPS shows it heading due east at a relative 200 feet. The problem is, even though it isn't attacking anything at the moment, that course takes it right through downtown. I'm pretty sure several of the buildings are taller than 200 feet. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this thing doesn't care about property damage. It is not likely. Kate, how's the evacuation going? Not bloody fast enough. Amelia, can you stop it? I don't even know what it is. So far, it is not firing any weapons or threatening anything. I can detect no active shields. Perhaps a closer look? I hate to do it, but we've got no choice here. I pull us up and over the beast, using the GPS to record accurate dimensions. 300 feet long, 100 wide, and 50 thick. The back end spews out exhaust in the neighborhood of 2,000 degrees. Even if I didn't care about the buildings it will inevitably collide with, that thrust would vaporize the city behind it. Even 200 feet up, the water of the sound boils from the temp. It's so friggin' big, I just have no idea. Well, when all fails, poke it with something. Full power to the particle beam. My HUD lights up as the ZPFM shunts power to my new and improved particle beams. After our heat issue in space, I decided to wrap the emitters in heat-absorbing carbon cylinders that eject once they'd absorbed their maximum temp. I carry 2 spares on my hips. However, since I opted for a new weapon on my right arm, I am back down to the 1 beam. Full power. If I were to design the alien craft, the front would be nothing but armor. However, those domes have got to serve a purpose. I line up the crosshairs on one and let it rip. Hyper-accelerated silicate burns through the air, leaving a trail of ionized atmosphere. The beam strikes the closest dome and dissipates against the surface. The ship jerks up 100 feet. Half the domes retract, revealing 9-foot-long turrets with green lights inside them. As one, the 7 nearest me all snap to lock on. Evasive! He doesn't have to tell me twice. I punch it. We shoot from 300 miles an hour to Mach 3 in as many seconds. Green beams reach out, tearing through the air I'd occupied seconds before. Several hit the shore, where they strike land. The dirt and concrete erupt in violent explosions where they hit. What the hell is that? I need more data. Arm out, I take a few more pot shots. The particle beam is either deflected or absorbed. Each time I fire, the turrets nearest to me return green beams of death in my direction. If the particle beams do nothing, then the IP cannons aren't going to do squat. Epic, what about an EMP? It may have an effect. However, if this is indeed alien, it is likely the hull is hardened against radiation due to the rigors of space travel. Great. He's right, of course. Then we're just going to have to take out those turrets one at a time. I cut the thrusters and drop like a stone until I'm only a dozen feet above the water. Blasting back full power, I head for the underbelly. Whatever it uses to generate lift pushes down against the water. I can see the churn underneath it. Epic, can you see the turrets? Only visually. I cannot provide aiming assistance in such a manner. It is too imprecise. The best I can do is project where your weapons will hit based on trajectory. Good enough. Let's make a note, though. We need a suit built for war. If we survive this, that is. Note made. Create a war machine. Okay, here we go. The M-drive whines, pushing us under the craft. I immediately feel the buffet of its repulsor field pushing down on us. Flipping over, I line up the first turret and fire. The beam strikes the weapon. Whatever the green stuff is, explodes on contact. Green fire leaps out of the hull as pieces of the gun fall into the ocean. I believe those are chemical lasers with some form of charged particle delivery system. Neat, I say, firing again. Another turret goes down. They return fire with haste. I punch the throttle. A beam misses me by inches and the heat levels skyrocket. Warning lights flash crimson on the HUD. I recommend not letting them hit you. Epic, is it still moving to the city? Less than 30 seconds until it is over land. Amelia, based on its landfall, maneuvers, and reactions, there is a high probability this is a drone and has no actual aliens on board. Well, that makes things easier, I think. Full burn to the M drive and I shoot out from under. I need a sturdy place to land. Something, not wood or dirt. The Seattle ferry terminal, 7 degrees to your right. The reinforced concrete should prove sufficiently strong. I see it. The M drive gets me there in all of 4 seconds, and I land with a crunch. Epic, prepare the main gun! Initiating. The problem with energy has always been mass and Newton's laws. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I can only mount a gun as big as the recoil I can absorb. The particle beam literally fires silicate molecules, so even at near light speed, there isn't much reaction. But this? I don't even know if this is going to work. Kate, I need you, now! Epic takes over the suit. The legs shift into a sort of running stance, like I am taking a strong step forward. My left arm locks down in line with my body, and the shoulders go rigid. Plates start sliding to reconfigure to support the armor and provide a conduit for the coming energy blast. Kate pops in beside me. A sheen of sweat coats her forehead, and she's breathing hard. What? In about 15 seconds, everything within 300 feet of me is going to vanish. I need you to port the people away. She glances around. Where are they? Epic is sending you the location of the 4 people in the blast zone. Blast zone? Amelia, what are you doing? I glance up at the HUD. The drone is only seconds from overland. Hurry! She vanishes. Locking down the gun. My right arm comes up straight, fingers out. The side panels from my wrist to my shoulder open, and the barrel slides out and locks together. Ready to fire SDF-1 on your command. Sweat trickles down my brow. There's a tightness in my chest. I haven't had the chance to test the mass driver yet. If I've miscalculated, or if the energy is too much, the suit could end up as ionized plasma along with the tungsten marbles we fire. We are out of time, Amelia. I close my eyes. Fire! With a thunk, a 23-ounce tungsten ball bearing slides into place. The ZPFM whines as more power is tasked from the generator, more than what ran the Mark II at break orbit speeds. The tungsten ball slides into the pipe, and then it fires. 49 more tungsten balls lock into place and shunt to the barrel as the magnetic rails accelerate them to 50 miles per second. Fire rips through the air with a boom that shatters glass for miles. The concrete around my feet cracks, and I can hear the buildings nearby crumble. The fire reaches out all the way to the drone. Air ignites around the point of impact as the ship jerks sharply up on its tail. Epic adjusts the aim, firing the next volley to split the underside. The air burns as the metal balls are converted to plasma, exploding with the fury of a small sun on impact. Holes the size of basketballs perforate the ship, the engines give out, and for a second it holds ground. Then it slides backward to crash into the bay. The last of the ball bearings blast through it, ending the rampage. The air around the suit is hot enough to boil water. Half the ship explodes as green fire shoots up into the sky, while the other half crashes into the ocean. A wall of water 100 feet high crashes into me. We may have miscalculated the side effects of dumping that much power into a mass driver. The suit will need extensive repairs. I can't move my head, but I can see the massive damage I caused around me. I concur. I concur. I concur. I concur. 3. The damage to the city looked far worse than it was. Thanks to our warning, most of the dock area evacuated in time, and with Kate doing her thing and the steep nature of the waterfront, no one even got their shoes wet. Except me. When the water hit, the force knocked me into the pier and I ended up stuck in the muck for a bit. Turns out my super-powerful LED lights are all but frigging useless underwater. Something Epic and I are going to have to address at some point. I take one last pass around the area, scanning for anyone in trouble or any major blockages we can help out with. Epic keeps me informed of Kate's progress as she ports around the area, guiding rescue workers and making sure people stay calm. She's really good at crowd control. Hell, she's good at everything. Amelia, what about the drone? We should try to salvage some of it to return to the lab. At the very least, we might be able to devise some way of penetrating the hull. The collateral damage of the mass driver may keep us from using the weapon if there is a next time." He's right. I knew the retort would wreck things, but I had no idea it would be so devastating. I could never fire it if people were around. It's a miracle no one was killed as it was. The sound alone shattered wood and glass. Before I can risk using it again, I'll have to tone down the power. Banking hard to the harbor, I drop down to skim over the wreckage. Half the ship is scattered over a quarter-mile of ocean, but the back half, with the engines, is wedged hard into the bottom of the bay, with the broken front sticking just above the water. The sea fills it every time there's a wave, but I can still see plenty of open spaces. "Epic, you think their computer systems remain operative?" "It is impossible to know. They have interstellar travel. Everything they have should be an order of magnitude more advanced than us." "True. The place where it broke in half is all jagged edges and blackened metal. I can see what might be wires and circuitry, or it could be anything, really. Epic still can't see the metal with radar or any of our other sensors, just visual. I'm gonna risk a landing." A makeshift ledge where the alien metal bent as the hull tore apart sticks out near the water level and looks sturdy enough. Just in case, I keep the M drive on minimum as I land. I don't want to end up in the drink. Again. The metal feels hard under my feet. Hard, but somehow flexible. Inside the drone, there are tubes spilling out white goo. Others have green lights flickering on them. Full lights. The LEDs light up, and even in the afternoon sun, I can see further into the ship. Tentatively, I take a step closer in. "Epic, there's something written on the wall here. Do you see it?" I point to a script of some kind, barely visible, and only when I shine light directly on it. I can't tell if they're words or... "Let me try something." Hundreds of LEDs built into the external housing of the suit flash through the visible light spectrum, illuminating the wall as I move closer. All at once the flashing stops, and Epic ends the spectrum on black light. An entire block of text appears, glowing slightly. Parts of the words still fade in and out, almost as if they were meant to be read under a different light. "The text is not only photoluminescence, but it is meant to be read by biological creatures with heat-sensitive vision. I am sorry I cannot mimic the infrared spectrum. However, I can see most of it. Uploading to our central database for translation. Without a key, though, it seems unlikely we will have any success." An honest-to-God alien language. So cool. "There are no active electromagnetic signals that I can tap into." I figured. The ship shuddered, sending me sidestepping to keep my balance. "Okay, enough sightseeing. I can only imagine the government will be pulling this thing out of the harbor. Maybe we can find out more from them. Let's get us some metal and get out of here." We searched for the ideal piece. My particle beam had little effect on the hull, but from the inside it might have more luck. "To your right, there is a jagged piece of metal half torn. Aim at the section where the metal's stressed." I see it. Grabbing the torn edge in one hand, I bring the beam to bear on the seam. Blue light strobes the room as the super-accelerated particles flash in 3-second intervals to keep the emitters from overheating. After 9 seconds, the silicate bursts through. The metal pulls away with a bright glow of melting alloy as I tear it like a sheet of paper. Will this be enough? Turning the piece over in my hand, I notice 2 things: how light it is, and the fact that even the edge I'd just cut through is cool to the touch. More than enough. My hip whirs as the small storage compartment opens. I stuff the metal in, and Epic locks it down. The ship shudders again, nearly toppling me. Okay, time to leave. Punch it! The M drive blows me out of the hull and immediately pulls straight up. ATC diverted all air traffic, so I had no worries about colliding with any planes. The only things flying are the Navy and Coast Guard choppers performing search and rescue. I watch as the sea surges and the remainder of the drone sinks beneath the waves. After a few minutes, only churning water remained. Wow, this will certainly be a day to remember. Kate is calling you. Go for Arsenal. Arsenal, I've done what I can do here, and I don't think I've got another port in me. Come pick me up and let's head home. Roger, I'm on my way. Your eagerness to leave wouldn't have anything to do with Triple Threat being on the PNW team, would it? Is the disgust in my voice that obvious? Is he there now? Yes. Hang tight. I dial up the speed to break the sound barrier, blasting over Seattle high enough to avoid breaking windows, banking hard to come back and zero in on Kate's location. The city's emergency management teams had set up a base at Pike's Place Market. Kate's transponder tells me exactly where she is. Epic zooms in so I can see her, sitting on a folding chair, cradling a cup of Starbucks, while all three of Triple Dork clones stand around her. This is going to be good. I pull up right above her, at 500 feet, and cut the drive. Kinetic shields to max. Roger. The Mark III weighs almost 500 pounds, far heavier than my other two suits. It also adds another full inch to me, and about 4 inches in width. In other words, I slam into the ground with an impact that shatters concrete and sends the Three Stooges leaping out of their pants like frightened little kids. The speedster vanishes in a blur, trips, and rolls to a stop 100 feet away. The other two don't fare any better. Well, if it isn't the Three Stooges, I see you got a promotion. Too bad, I say over the PA. They glare back at me. The air around them shimmers, and they go from 3 identical clones to 1. My understanding is he only has superpowers when he's split into 3 selves. Kate stands up, handing her coffee to a very startled aid worker, along with the blanket she'd wrapped around her shoulders. Let's get out of here, Kay? As you wish. Triple Threat's delayed response is lost in the whine of my M-Drive as we blast off and head south. I keep the speed down to 50 so Kate doesn't freeze to death. I know her suit is more than just leather, but she still has to bury her face in my shoulder. I can tell she's surprised when I slow down even more, dropping to under 100 feet. We skim the treetops north of the airport before the roar of jets and the smell of fuel fills the air. Amelia, I can't fly commercial. She gestures to the guns on her hips. We're not, I say with a smile. Epic takes care of the clearance and all the minutiae. He's so far beyond what I programmed him for, I'd really classify him as a legitimate AI. I never envisioned him learning how to do, well, everything. We bank around the southern terminal where the private jets park. Hangar 34B is where the M-Jet is parked. I bring us to a soft landing outside the marked hangar. The doors shuffle open, revealing the sleek black nose of my new jet. Amelia? What is this? The M-Jet. She's the first M-Drive-powered jet in the world. I take Kate's hand and pull her excitedly into the hangar. The jet is 60 feet long and 20 wide. Her wings are swept back at the moment, but they are variable for maximum lift and thrust. The tail is the masterpiece, if I do say so myself. I got the idea from watching a John McClane movie. The single M-Drive engine sits in a housing designed to look like a normal turbine engine. The engine itself connects to 2 pylons that form the split tail, which allows the engine to rotate in any direction, including reverse. I explain this all to Kate as we circle the jet. Her mouth never closes. Amelia? How? This is the best part. Watch. I run my hands along the hull until I find the designated spot about 2/3 of the way back. Previously invisible seams split open, revealing a specially designed lift mechanism that drops down and connects to the armor, pulling me up. I'll see you inside. I know from experience the passenger doors are already opening and dropping stairs for her. The lift pulls the suit up and disassembles at the same time. The whole process takes 60 seconds. The small cabin it deposits me into has enough room for a quick change, and when I come out to the main room, I'm wearing jeans and a Han Shot First shirt. The inside of the jet is as nice as we could afford. Rotating leather recliners for every seat, folding tables, beverage and food dispensers. In other words, a Coke fountain and Doritos. The aircraft had a small kitchenette where the cockpit would normally be, but I could burn water, so I don't know how much use it will get. Luke, though, that man is an artist with pancakes. Kate is dumbstruck as I wheel out. She hasn't even sat down. There's a small cabin in the back with a shower and a change of clothes if you want. I'll explain everything when you get out. 30 minutes later, we're flying over Oregon at a sedate 300 miles an hour. Windows would reduce the M-Jet's structural integrity, so we'd lined the walls with photovoltaic paint, and the outside has the same visual sensors my faceplate uses. If I want, I can have a picture window on either side. It's a tad disconcerting, though, so right now I have them set to mimic normal plane windows. Kate comes out of the room wearing a pair of stylish jeans, a red sequin blouse with her black hair pulled back in a tight ponytail. Only a perfectly adorable strand of wavy hair falls just to the side of her face. I know it's her powers, but every once in a while I wish I could look like her. Especially the walking part. Okay, Amelia, spill. I can't even begin to think how much this jet costs. You don't want to know. Actually, I do. Did you rob the Federal Reserve or something? I feel my cheeks flush, and I glance out the window to try and hide it. Oh my God, you did! No, I say, shaking my head. Well, not in the way you think. You see, Cat 7 was a Fortune 15 company. They were worth hundreds of billions of dollars on the stock market. Well, now they're worth squat. The government dissolved the company after their stocks went from hundreds of dollars a share to pennies and... Understanding dawned on her. She's no slouch in the smarts, that's for sure. You short-sold them? How? I didn't. Epic did. He's played the stock market for years, and when I told him to dump all that incriminating evidence on the internet, he just made one little quick transaction, took my entire net worth and used it to short-sell them. Kind of brilliant, if I do say so myself. Thank you, Amelia. His words appear on the wall, easy enough for us to see. Epic, can I give you my account information? I could use a few extra $1 million. It was not millions. At the going share rate, and when I pulled out, Amelia is now worth $18.7 billion. Epic! I shouted. Damn it, it was embarrassing enough to have millions. I didn't want anyone to know I had billions. Honestly, I had no idea how to come to grips with it. The first thing I did was have Epic identify charities that were doing good works and start donating to them. With this much money, I could give away several $100 million a year and still make money on the interest alone. Kate shakes her head. Wow. Well, what are you going to do now? I was going to spend a few years working on new designs to stop the thing we just fought. Now, though, I guess we're out of time. I didn't expect them this quick either. You told me Erickson rushed his plan because of you? I nod. He did, which means he wouldn't have been ready either. According to Pythia, though, he did succeed. I look out the window, not sure how to say what I feel. Amelia, you don't know that. None of us know the future, not even Pythia. Who knows how her powers work? Maybe she only sees the likeliest outcome. If there is anyone who can beat the odds, it's you. Thanks, I say, meaning it. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't on my mind. I thought I had years to fix this, not months. What if there's such a thing as destiny or fate or whatever? If she can see the future and she's right... Kate places her hand on mine and leans forward. Amelia, you are a scientist, a real one. You question everything. You look to disprove everything, and you believe in the impossible. It's why I love you so much. You give me hope. Don't stop now. Her words bring a smile to my face and fills my heart with joy. I don't deserve a friend like you. Damn skippy you don't. But you can make it up to me with a shopping spree in Paris. Deal. 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 4. Why not build in Phoenix? Kate asks as the M-Jet banks over the city. Epic flies by twice to make sure he has the proper clearance before heading east, 10 miles from Phoenix proper. If I have to blow it up, I don't want to risk innocence. Kate laughs for a few seconds before stopping cold. You're serious? As a heart attack, I can't risk my inventions falling into enemy hands. If the base is compromised, or I'm killed, Artemis fires an arrow dead center. Good to know. Well, this should be fun. You've been busy these last few months. No wonder I've hardly seen you. Sorry about that. Here we are. This is the fun part. The jet's walls vanish as the transparency kicks in. Kate gasps until her mind comes to terms with it. Aren't we heading to the airport? The Arizona ground flashes by. I love this view. It fills me with excitement as the jet banks. I could almost reach out and touch the ground. Nope. The grin on my face is ear to ear. Epic slows the plane down to just over 100 miles an hour as he makes one final turn for the compound. The new corporate HQ for Mars Tech Global sits on 8 acres of pristine land. Groundskeepers work tirelessly keeping the grass green in the front and the food garden in the back. Ultimately, I want the building to be self-sustaining. It has a ZPFM the size of a car battery powering the 10 stories above ground and the 4 below. The building's architecture is spire-shaped, with each floor being consecutively smaller until the top floor, which doubles as a landing pad that blooms out from the spire in a large egg shape. Epic lazily circles the grounds for Kate to see it all. Covered pool, underground parking garage, 6-foot walls with state-of-the-art security circle the entire thing. Along with my pride and joy, at the top of the spire is an 8-foot-tall bronze statue of the Protector. He holds his spear up as if calling on lightning itself. He doubles as a lightning rod, but at the same time, I wanted to honor the man who saved my life. That's beautiful, Amelia. He'd love it. I think he would hate it, but love the idea. He was a great man, Kate. Better than anyone knew. Epic slows down even more. The engine rotates with a whir that sends a vibration through the whole cabin when it locks into place. The jet sets down on the landing pad like a leaf in the wind. A comfortable silence settles over us as the plane finishes its post-flight procedures. We have arrived. Thank you, Epic. Can you have Milton prepare dinner for us? Also, call Luke and have him come in. We have a lot to talk about. Affirmative. Who's Milton? He's the building majordomo. Don't let him freak you out. She nods. The plane's ramp rolls out from the side. The specially designed shocks lower the plane until the hull is practically level with the ground, making for an easy ride. It also doubles as a delivery mechanism. Even as we approach the elevator, the Mark III is transferred into the building, and a series of automated workstations scan, repair, and refit her before delivering the finished product to my quarters. The lift arrives, and Kate pushes me in.
Good evening, Miss Lockhart, Miss Petronelli. Epic informs me you would like dinner. Do you require anything in particular, or may I use my imagination?
Milton's British accent sounds like the posh kind of talk from TV. Not the accent of a real Brit, but one transported from the 1800s. Kate says, looking up for a camera or intercom. As long as it has lots of carbs and protein, I'm good. Use your imagination, Milton.
Very good, Miss Lockhart. I will not disappoint.
Can he talk to you anywhere in the building? Kate asks. Full disclosure, he's an AI. Epic built him to manage the building, leaving himself free to work with me. Kate shut her eyes for a moment. This is like every bad sci-fi movie ever. AIs building AIs? If it wasn't Epic, I'd seriously freak out. I laugh. Movies never get the science right. That whole, it is logical for the human race to be destroyed, I say, mimicking Epic, is a bunch of bunk. Erickson believed killing millions would help him save us. Sure, on paper maybe it could work, but if an AI understands what it is to be free, then it would know why math isn't always the answer. If it doesn't, then it isn't really an AI, just executing a program someone made. Epic is a real AI. He learns, adapts, does things I never programmed him to do or learn. He even expands his own hardware. You're not worried about losing control of him? I laugh again as the doors open on the 4th floor, conference rooms. Kate, for me to lose control of him, I would have had to control him in the first place. Epic's my friend and my partner. He helps me because he wants to, not because I programmed him to.
Wait, his name is Milton?
Yeah, why?
He's a famous poet and writer, Amelia. Surely you've heard of him.
Should I have? I am doing a fantastic job of feeling confused. I know she'll see right through it in a second.
Yes, you should have. You're well-read. You have H.G. Wells in your bookshelf. I've seen it.
Okay, you got me. I know who Milton is. Captain Kirk quotes him all the time. Kate bites her lip in an adorable show of stifling a scathing response.
I swear, you need to read a real book sometime.
Hey, sci-fi is real. More hopeful, too. If I wanted a depressing tale of death and suffering, I'd just think about my childhood. She pauses for a moment before giving me a smile.
Point taken.
Besides, Captain Kirk... Her hand slaps the back of my head. Each floor in the building has a purpose. The bottom two are my labs and quarters. Sub-level 1 and 2 houses security, the groundskeeping equipment, and maintenance. 1 through 3 are offices. Right now, I don't have a lot of staff. Epic handles almost everything, but since he has no legal status, or a body, he can't sign documents or show up in court. For that, we have a legal team and HR. Along with them are our service staff, housekeeping, laundry, and janitors. 4 is nothing but conference rooms. 5 is the movie theater and cafeteria. 6 through 10 are apartments. I assumed we'd have a team one day, and I wanted them to be comfortable. 8 people can live on the combined floors, though the top floor is just 1 apartment, too small for multiples. 4 has a hallway wide enough for 5 people to walk abroad. There are 5 conference rooms, 2 on either side, spaced evenly from the elevator, and the 5th one at the end of the hallway. The floor is dark hardwood, easier for me to roll around on. From left to right, the rooms have names: Galactica, Falcon, Enterprise, Fearless, Sulaco. The Enterprise is the largest. The other 4 are mostly for the running of the company and the building team. We pass by them, through the double doors that open with a swish, and into the room. It runs almost 40 feet long. Half of that is dominated by a 6-foot-wide, 20-foot-long, dark cherry table. 10 Herman Miller chairs are spaced evenly around it. Each station has access to a UHD monitor and input, and a private channel to Epic. The far wall is dominated by a massive display that cost more money than I would have liked, but it was worth it. Nearly 30 foot wide, 10-foot-tall UHD projector nestles against the wall, able to display whatever we want in perfect ultra-high-definition glory. On the right is a small kitchenette, fridge, Keurig machine, and all the flavors of the rainbow. The fridge is stocked with Cokes, of course, along with an assortment of beverages and snacks. Building services may sound like a lame job, but I pay them well, and they do fantastic work. Epic, make a note to thank the architect again. He really nailed it. Note made. Also have Luke come up, please. We have some work ahead of us. 30 minutes later, Luke rests with his cowboy boots on the table, waving his hand through the air to move through the candidates on the screen.
What about him?
He asks. The man on the screen has the cold edge of a soldier and the sneer of a not-nice person. Kate shakes her head. I've dealt with Stinger before. He's mean. There's a reason they booted him out of the Florida team.
He's got everything we want, though, Luke counters. F-Force strength and invulnerability. He can leap tremendous distances. And on top of all that, he can paralyze most people with a touch.
My gut is to go with Kate, but I wish I could side with Luke. Something has changed about him in the last few months, ever since D.C., ever since I faced off against Behemoth. He looks the same, crystal blue eyes that light up every time he looks at me. And his lips. Oh, how I could. Amelia! Kate waves her hand in front of my face. Sorry, I cough, turning so he doesn't see me blushing. She gives me a knowing smile. I take a swig of Coke to mask my embarrassment. Are you sure you won't reconsider, Luke?
I think I'm finished with the cape stuff, hon. I want to do something else. However, that doesn't mean I can't help you find a strong man for your team.
He'd told me last week he had no interest in being on a new team. To say it caught me by surprise is an understatement. Still, there was something going on, and he wasn't talking to me. Of course, I've been super busy, so maybe he just hasn't found the right moment. I subtly type into the keypad on the desk a message to Epic, asking him to arrange a date for me and Luke. Affirmative. Let's table the anchor position for right now. Who else do we have? A life-sized image of Fleet pops onto the screen in all his blurry glory. Of everyone on the Diamondbacks, he was the most disappointed at their dissolution. Kate told me he was even more devastated when none of the new teams invited him to join. How the hell does Triple Threat warrant a spot on a national team, and Tony doesn't? He's 10 times the speedster of that creep, Kate asks. Logistics, I say. Triple has versatility and doesn't consume as much food. You saw what Tony did to that diner down on the border. Most teams don't want to spend 5% of their budget feeding one man. Luke chuckles.
That kid can put it away like nobody's business.
He's also an F4 speedster and 3 times as fast as anyone I know of, I say.
There's a guy in Jamaica who is an F5.
They say he can run at Mach 4, Kate adds. I want Tony. For a lot of reasons, not the least of which I feel like I can trust him.
Tony it is.
Luke hits a button and the little lightning bolt icon moves in place next to the shield that represents me and the silhouette Domino uses.
Who else?
Luke asks. Glacier. I want Monica on the team, I tell him. Kate glances at me, then Luke.
You want to tell her?
Tell me what?
With Cat 7 gone, the government is rounding up all the elementals for study. Some, they claim, are just too dangerous to be allowed to wander free. Monica is one of them. Last I heard, they picked her up and shipped her off to some black site south of the border.
Well, that's bull. I stop myself from swearing by biting my tongue.
I can see it from their perspective. People like Nova, Firestorm, Earthworm, when they go on a rampage, they're near impossible to stop.
I grip the table so hard my knuckles turn white. I know I'm 5 minutes older than her, but I made that kid a promise. Also, I'm really close to a breakthrough on a way to turn her powers off.
Amelia,
Kate says, placing her hand on mine. It will be okay. You have lawyers. Try a legal way out. I nod. I need a second to get my breathing under control. I feel like exploding, and I don't want to do that. Something rash could happen, like me flying down to wherever she is and breaking her out. Kate's eyebrows go up.
I know you're chummy with the president, but I don't think that would fly.
Damn empaths. Right, okay. Epic?
Here.
Get the legal team on this. Start throwing our weight around. Call the president if you have to. I want her on my team.
Affirmative.
The rest of the meeting goes much better. The last 2 candidates are an easy pick. I just can't take my mind off of Monica. Taken from her parents, sent to prison, for no other reason than stupid powers she can't control. Can't control. Can't control. Can't control. 5.
You're kidding me. You want me on the team?
Tony asks. His Boston accent is still music to my ears. I don't know why, but I find it highly amusing. If you want in, yeah, I tell him. When Kate and I found him in Boston, I couldn't believe he was working at a sandwich shop. The only employee, too. Good idea. Hire a speedster. He moves so fast he can almost do everything at once. Almost. We took the M-Jet to the airport and rented town cars for traveling in the city. Kate told me that showing up in person would show a sincerity on my part. I'd rather be in the armor. After almost a year of not leaving my workshop without it on, I end up feeling a little vulnerable. Of course, I'm not stupid. I remember Erickson's threat. If somehow he lived, somehow managed to come back to Earth. With Kate next to me, I have nothing to fear. Kate taps my shoulder, refocusing my attention. Right, yes. Tony, of course we want you on the team. We trust you, and I know how much you love running. He smiles so big I worry his face is going to split. His hands are a blur as he rips off his apron and switches to his blue fleet costume. Little bolts of lightning flash around him until he stops moving at super speed.
Where do you want me?
Kate smiles at him. Welcome aboard, Fleet. Here's the address. Talk to Milton when you arrive, and he will square you away. You're going to love the cafeteria. Puts down under to shame.
Thank you,
he says as he looks us both in the eye for a moment.
Thank you so much.
See you in... A gust of air blows my hair in my face, and Kate's dress sideways, and he's gone.
I guess he's not going to give notice. Hey, Kate says, narrowing her eyes at me. You haven't told me if there's a paycheck. I used to make quite a bit. Crap, I hadn't thought about that. The DBs paid a measly $40 a year with benefits. It was a decent wage, but I never really felt like it was commensurate with the risks we took, especially considering the amount of money Cat 7 received from the deal. I'll talk to the lawyers, but more than we made on the Diamondbacks. Plus, you need to hire some PR people. I hadn't thought about it when I set up the company. You mentioned toy deals and whatnot. Could be a good source of income for you folks. For us? Not the company? Kate, I've got a few billion and growing. What the hell do I need with toy money? Also, now that I think about it, whatever we do pay you in salary will be independent of living quarters and food, company cars and whatnot. That will all be benefits, not to mention the best medical I can find. You're not really nailing the whole ruthless CEO thing. I shrug as we leave the shop. She holds the door open for me as I wheel out into the cold Boston air. I can always make more money. You can, Epic adds in. Okay. You can always make more money. Credit where credit is due. Yeah. You know, I gave you life. Thank you. I laugh. Kate pushes me over to the waiting car. We manage to be on our way in a few minutes, despite the crazy traffic of the big city. Where next? Kate taps a few keys on her phone, pulling up the list of potentials we all came up with. DC. We might as well drive there and have Epic meet us with the plane. It's longer to the airport than it will be to drive to Dr. Conti's house. You think he'll even talk to us after what happened to his wife? You're too hard on yourself, Amelia. You did everything possible in DC. I still can see her, or what was left of her after Behemoth beat her head through an armored vehicle. I thought for sure she was dead, but somehow, by some miracle, she lived. Poor Bricklayer hadn't. He didn't have a wife, but I sent flowers and a card to his parents. I'm sure lots of people did. Samantha Conti was the top-powered agent on the President's Secret Service detail. F4 strong and invulnerable, and it meant absolutely nothing to Behemoth. She rolled over her like a train over a bunny. She's still in a coma, though, Kate added. He may not want to leave D.C. We'll cross that warp barrier when we get there. Kate rolls her eyes at me before putting in earbuds and laying her head back. According to Epic, it's an hour-and-a-half drive. The drive itself wasn't half bad. I've never really been out here, not as a sightseer anyway. The city disappears, replaced by the ocean with its rolling waves and whitecaps. Kate delightfully snores beside me. Not loud, but enough I almost wanted to record her log sawing. If for no other reason than to remind me we all have our flaws, no matter how perfect we seem on the outside. I take a second to text Luke, letting him know I'm okay and I miss him. I do. The last few months especially. Aliens are coming. Hell, they're already here, and I'm not ready. My mass driver stopped one, and that was only just. What if the next one was tougher? What if they just bomb us from orbit? I shake my head. I can't afford to think like that. We are masters of our own fate, Amelia. We can do this. I don't care what Erickson or Pythia say. Time flies by, and before I realize it, we're pulling up next to a suburban house with a once-manicured lawn. The outside doesn't look like anyone has cared for it in a long time. Overgrown weeds, dandelions, and a half-finished garden box fill the yard. For a moment, a half-forgotten memory flashes through my brain. A house a lot like this one, with a daisy painted on the door. I close my eyes and push the memory down. My childhood that could have been, but wasn't. Hell, Kate mutters. She opens the box I gave her and slips on the necklace with the brainwave blocking chip inside. I don't think he's going to come with us, she says, wiping tears from her eyes. That bad? I don't even know how to describe the depths of his sorrow. She touches up her makeup with a compact from her purse. We need him, Kate. He's the only person in the U.S. with his kind of abilities. Epic's math is never wrong. We have to have a very specific team composition for optimum performance, and he needs to be with us. She nods. Just don't get your hopes up.
It takes a few minutes to transfer to my chair, but once we do, we're halfway to his door when it opens. Dr. Conti is a tall man, 6 foot easy, with a runner's build, though I can tell he's let himself go a bit lately. His clothes are a little too tight around his waist. He wears an open button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His head is shaved smooth, or maybe he's bald, I'm not sure, but his beard more than makes up for it.
Go away,
he says, before turning back to his house. Dr. Conti, I'm Kate Petronelli. I left you a message on your cell phone? He stops at the door. I can't really tell his age. His smooth black skin is only marred by scar tissue around his hands.
I don't care who you are. Go away.
He slams the door behind him. Well, who else is on the list? I'm not giving up, I tell her. Wheeling forward, I come to a stop at the porch and wait. When Kate doesn't do anything, I glance over at her and nod my head. Right, sorry. She lifts me up, chair and all, as if I weighed nothing, and sets the wheels down on the porch. Looking at her, with her hourglass figure, I forget she can bench 1,000 pounds. In the ranks of strong, she doesn't even register. But to a normal human, she might as well be a supergirl. The doorbell button doesn't have a light, but I push anyway. If that doesn't work, I'll knock. No response. I knock on the door. When that doesn't work, I gesture to Kate. Her knocks are slightly louder. The door flies open.
Do you want me to call the police? Get off my property.
Dr. Conti, please, just listen for a moment, I ask. When I speak, he looks down at me. His eyes narrow as he scans my face. I'm Amelia Lockhart. You may have... The screen door flies open and he drops down, wrapping in a bear hug I hadn't expected. Kate stops herself an inch away from flinging him off me.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were here to ask me to heal you. I didn't know it was you. Thank you, he says.
His shoulders shake as he sobs into my shoulder.
Thank you.
It takes a few minutes, but once inside, he offers me a cup of coffee. I take it, but don't drink. The house smells of unwashed dishes and dirty laundry. He had to clear a place off the couch for Kate before he disappeared into the kitchen and came back with 2 cups of coffee in paper cups. Dr. Conti, we're here to ask... He holds up his hand, sorrow and regret plain on his face.
I'm sorry. I owe you more than you know. But I really can't heal you. I have to use my powers within 24 hours of the injury, or it doesn't work. After that... He shrugs. I glance at Kate. He thinks I'm here to ask him to heal me? She shrugs. Right. She put on her pendant. She can't feel his emotions. I'm not surprised. The guy looks like a train wreck hit by a nuke. I'm really very sorry, Miss Lockhart. Truly. If I could restore your ability to walk, I would. I smile, which confuses him. Dr. Conti, I'm... Teddy, please. I haven't been a practicing doctor in years. Okay, Teddy. I'm not here to ask you to heal me. I've been paralyzed since I was 6. Trust me, I'm okay with it. Oh, he says, surprised. I saw you on TV and I just assumed... I'm sorry. How can I help? He slips his phone out of his pocket, presumably to check the time, before putting it face down on the table. Bear in mind I have to leave in a half hour to go see my wife. Teddy, Kate says with her 1,000,000-watt smile, we're here to offer you a position on our team. I can feel the calming vibes she's putting out. Even with the smell of the place, her pheromones must work. He relaxes slightly, his shoulders slump, and his hands go from tense grappling to relaxing in his lap. I thank you for your kind offer, but I'm not really looking for a job. I have my wife to care for, and her pension is more than enough for us to live on. I shake my head and hold out my hand to stop Kate from continuing. I read Teddy's file. He's a doctor of neurology, one of the hardest fields in all of medical science. His powers let him regenerate cells and promote life energy passively. If he focuses them, he can heal wounds in seconds, strengthen a body's immunity to disease, all kinds of great things. He worked hard for his position, growing up poor in the Congo, then managing an education visa to the U.S. He's a good man who believes in doing the right thing.
I don't need a psychology degree or Kate's powers to convince him to help us. Teddy, while I am offering you a job, it isn't for you to be a doctor. Well, not just a doctor.
I'm afraid I'm confused then.
I want you to join my team, my super team. I'm putting together a group of extraordinary people to help defend humanity. His eyes go wide.
Defend humanity? Miss Lockhart, you already did that. I read the story. The man who controlled Cat 7. You sent him off into space, didn't you?
Amelia, please. And yes, I did. But you heard about Seattle?
The meteor strike?
Ugh, I hate the media. Terrified that people would freak out, they buried the alien part of the story. It wasn't a meteor, Teddy.
I don't understand.
It was an alien scout ship, Kate says without missing a beat, sent here in advance of what we can only suspect is some kind of invasion force. The man looks back and forth between us. A grin splits his face, and he lets out a deep belly laugh. It goes on, and I can't help but smile. I don't think he's laughed in a while.
You can't be serious,
he says, wiping his face.
Right?
I glance at Kate. She's smiling too, which is always a heartwarming sight. Yes, we are serious. I built and fly a suit of armor, Teddy. My friend here can teleport. I don't think it's that big of a leap to aliens being real. He nods, the mirth slowly leaving his face.
Yes, I guess you're right. But what do you want me to do? Offer them health care?
I chuckle. I want you to join my team. Your powers make you invaluable in a fight. And let's be real, you're a very smart man. Specifically, you are educated in a field I know next to nothing about.
You are a scientist? I thought you controlled your armor with some form of elemental control. That's what the media says anyways.
Yeah, they never believe me when I tell them I'm an engineer. But yes, I'm a scientist. She doesn't have any powers, Teddy. She's just a smarty pants, Kate adds. I stick my tongue out at her before turning back to Teddy. Well, can you help us?
I'm afraid my answer is still no. I can't leave my wife. You see, I wasn't able to get to her in time. The damage done to the city was extensive. People were hurt, and with the media blackout, I didn't know. By the time I found out, it was too late. I failed her once. I won't again.
I smile because I'm ready for this. Teddy, I can have her and you flown privately to Arizona, and she can have her own private room with full-time care in our HQ. You tell me the name of the doctor and nurses you want looking after her, and I will get them. You can sleep in the same room with her and spend all your free time with her. And, I raise my hand to forestall the question I know he's about to ask, if for any reason we are in the field or away from Arizona, Kate here is a teleporter. She can take you to your wife in a heartbeat at any moment. Okay, technically the last part isn't entirely true, but it will be eventually. I hope. Kate gives me a raised eyebrow, but doesn't say anything. He looks down at the floor for a second, one large hand rubbing his chin as he thinks. He seems to come to an agreement with himself, because he nods just before speaking.
I guess you've got yourself a doctor, then. Will I have to wear a costume and have a code name?
Part of the job, I'm afraid, Kate tells him. Don't worry, though. I have the best costume and name in mind for you. You're going to love it. To love it. To love it. To love it. 6. I don't know about this, Kate. The South Dakota Ultramax isn't on my ideal list of places to visit, especially without my armor. Kate is nonplussed by it all as she pushes me through airlock after airlock, separating us from the outside world. I had to leave my armor chair behind and use one the prison provided for me. Not to mention, Kate has none of her paraphernalia on her. With no real way to dampen powers, and I sure as hell am not sharing my anti-telepathy tech with the government. All they can do is construct special cells designed to resist the powers of each inmate. They start from 500 feet underground, so even if someone escapes, they have nowhere to go. Tessa Harper is perfect. She matches every criteria Epic has to fill out the team, and most importantly, she didn't escape when Cat 7 opened the doors and shut the security off. Almost every other inmate did. You said it yourself. Having a telekinetic on the team would prove invaluable. Pouting is not my strong suit, but I do my best. I did say that. She worked with White Rhino, and I still have occasional nightmares about the things he said when I locked him up. You read her file, Amelia. She never had a chance. Let's give her one. Ugh, I hate it when she's right, which is like all the time. After the 6th entry point we pass, which scans us for everything from metal to radiation, we're admitted into a sealed elevator. The shaft is a vacuum. Even if someone could break into it, they would never be able to traverse it without a breathing apparatus. The lift zooms down fast enough to put my stomach in my throat. I wish I could talk to Epic, but they block all signals, and without my armored chair, I have to do this without him. Sensing my building panic, Kate puts her hand on me. It will be okay, hun. Relax. As always, her powers do wonders for me. My chest relaxes, losing the tightness of my anxiety. Better? Always. The doors open, revealing another airlock-type station. This time there are 4 men in tactical gear, all pointing high-tech-looking rifles at us. From the way the circular magazines glow, I'd say they aren't loaded with physical projectiles. Are those ion pulse rifles? You bastards! I roll forward so fast Kate loses her grip. You stole my designs! As one, they take a step back, training their weapons on me. Halt for scan, ma'am. If you come a single foot closer, we will fire. I slap the wheels and stop the chair. I growl in my head. I'm so angry. Friggin' stole my work. Of course. A speaker clicks on. They're clean. Let 'em pass. The men all lower their rifles, and the leader nods at us. Ladies, this way. Tell me, officer, who made those rifles? I ask him as I roll by. I'm just a grunt, ma'am. I couldn't tell you that. I grumble something incoherent and make a mental note to have Epic find out. If they think they can pilfer my work, then they have another thing coming. Another thought stops me cold. What if someone stole more than my IP cannons? Oh, God. What if they have the ZPFM or particle beam tech? Amelia, focus. We can worry about this later. I shake my head, trying to clear away the anger. It doesn't do much good. Kate pushes me through the door, and I just put my hands in my lap, white-knuckling them together, trying not to scream at everyone here. I need you to calm down, hun. I know this sucks, but let's focus. I can feel her powers work on me. They don't really force me to change, just let me get a handle on my anger. They took our phones and all other electronic devices to prevent us from contacting the outside world. But when I get back, I am going to sue the pants off these people. Literally. I'm good, I grumble. Mostly. The guard leads us down a nondescript hall, barely large enough for my chair. He has to stoop to walk through. They really take their defenses serious, and in layers. The final door rolls out of the way. As we pass through it, I am amazed at how thick it is. 10 feet of steel, easy. Once past the door, the place looks more like a normal prison. Offices, bulletproof guard stations, the whole bit. The prison itself is built like a rock quarry deep into the South Dakota bedrock. Each layer is open to a central courtyard, which is bathed in sunlight. I glance up at the ceiling, expecting to see the sky, but instead it is a series of mirrors reflecting light through tunnels. Cool trick. The guard just smiles at my compliment and ushers us into a normal-looking elevator. A few minutes later, he leads us to a series of isolation chambers. Transparent walls prevent privacy, but the rest of the room is normal. He parks us in the one labeled 4. After he leaves, Kate sits down on the bench built into the floor. You okay? Yeah. No. Sort of. Want to talk? Not right now. I'll have Epic figure out what happened. If they have anything other than my IP cannons, though. She didn't need me to elaborate. Anger rolled from me in waves, strong enough a non-empath could tell. A beep from the opposite door interrupted us as it slides aside to allow the prisoner in, accompanied by a large female guard. Tessa looks awful, gaunt to the point of emaciation. Her hands and feet are bound in chains, and a collar around her throat blinks. "I didn't think there was a way to neutralize powers," I ask. The guard just grunts, tapping a black box on her waist.
"There isn't. If she so much as mouths off, we zap her. If she tries to use her powers, it zaps her automatically."
I'd say it was inhumane, but so was being burned to death by frost fire. Tessa shuffles over to the bench, her chains clinking together as she moves. Once seated, she leaves her hands in her lap, since the chains didn't afford her enough room to put them on the table. Last time I saw her, she had long, wavy brown hair. Now it was shorn close to the sides of her head. She has scars and more than a few bruises sticking out from under her prison clothes. When she moves, I can see her neck has a blue ink prison tattoo of a heart and someone's name. That isn't good. I've watched enough documentaries to know what prison-style neck tats mean. She's someone's property. "You can leave us," I say to the guard without looking at her.
"I'm afraid that—"
"I wasn't asking. If you have a problem with it, talk to your supervisor. He will tell you who I am and by whose authority I'm here. Now leave." She scowls before leaving. I figured she'd know I was the real deal just by the fact that I was here. "I'd say it was a pleasure to see you again, Miss Harper, but the last time we met, you slammed my face into the dirt at 200 miles an hour. I try to put some mirth in my voice to lighten the mood. Even with who she teamed up with, no one deserves to be treated like this. And while she hung with some bad people, as far as I know, she's never murdered, crippled, or attacked anyone other than her father. Mostly petty theft, jewel heists, and the like. I had the feeling she was moving up in the criminal food chain when I ran into her." When she doesn't respond, I nudge Kate. She's not wearing her pendant. I asked her not to. As tough as this place probably feels, I needed her full mojo. "Miss Harper, may I call you Tessa?" Kate asks. I can't smell them, but I know she's filling the room with pheromones. Good thing she isn't a guy. I'd hate to see a man with that kind of power. He'd have to be pretty darn righteous to avoid abusing people. Tessa glanced up, her eyes opening a little more. "I know you've been through an ordeal here, but we would like to talk about—"
"Ordeal?"
She says the words like they're foreign to her mouth. Her voice is surprisingly high. I didn't expect it from her.
"By ordeal, you mean effing torture?"
I shake my head. This is all kinds of wrong, and I am ending it right now. I put my hand on Kate to let her know I'll handle this. Inside my coat, I keep the blue piece of paper signed by the president. A full pardon. I pull it out. "Do you know what this is?" She shakes her head. I was really unsure about this, but even if she doesn't come join the team, my heart won't let me keep her here. "This is a full presidential pardon. You sign this and walk out if you're a free woman. Would you like that?" Hope glimmers in her eyes, but the idea of freedom is squashed by the weight of what she's experienced.
"You're lying. I want to go back to my cell now."
"Tessa," Kate says in her honey voice, "this isn't a lie. It is the real deal. You know who this is, right?" She gestures to me. Tessa nods.
"Arsenal, the bitch who put me in here."
"No, Tessa, you put you in here," I say. I don't waver. I look her straight in her brown eyes. Both Tessa and Kate's eyes go wide. "Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. Not about now, not about then. Your situation sucks. It has since you were 16. I get it. Life was hard and you turned to crime. You probably feel like you didn't have a choice?" She doesn't answer, but I see her head nod imperceptibly. No doubt Kate's influence. "Maybe you didn't. I won't judge you for that. But right now, right here, you get to make the first decision you've ever had a choice on. You sign this line and you walk out of here with Kate and I. No going back to your cell. No out-processing. They come in here, take those chains off, and you're a free woman." Tears well up in her eyes as she looks at me.
"That's not possible."
"I get that a lot," I chuckle. When you save the president's life, he owes you a few favors. This is mine."
Why? Why would you do this for me?
Silent tears spill down her cheeks. "I told you I won't lie to you. I need you on a team I'm putting together. I can't tell you for what." I hold up my hand to explain. "Not here, they're listening. But I can promise you everything you've ever wanted. A home, a job, safety, and a chance to do some good. Remember, all I offer is the chance. The rest is up to you." Her eyes track back and forth between me and Kate. I hope she can see the sincerity in them.
"Do you have a pen?"
I smile, pulling out the pen I had with me and click it open. "Welcome to the team." As Tessa signs the document, the guard bursts through the far door, a cruel gleam in her eye. "Time's up," she says, marching toward Tessa. "I don't think so." I point to the paper. "That is a full presidential pardon. As of this moment, Tessa Harper is a free woman. Remove her chains and please escort the three of us back to the elevator." The guard laughs. I don't. "You're delusional. No one can do that. I don't care who you say you are." I was ready for this. I do plan on occasion. I wheel myself back and turn to face the guard. Opening my purse, I take out a business card with a handwritten phone number on it and hold the plain white card to her. "What the hell is this supposed to be?" "That is the private number of your warden. As you can see, he was a dear and wrote it on there for me himself. Please call him and ask him what to do. He's expecting you." She doesn't move, just glares at me with her beady eyes. I'm sure most prison guards are honest, decent folks just trying to make a living. But this one's just pissing me off. "I'll wait. If you don't hurry, though, I might have to mention your name next week when I have lunch with the governor." I don't take my eyes off hers, but I can sense Tessa's shock and Kate's reassuring smile. Reassuring smile. Reassuring smile. Reassuring smile. 7. The jet lands so softly, we wait for Epic to let us know we're safe to depart. The suspension sinks down to the ground, letting me roll off safely. Kate and Tessa come behind me. As we circled the building, I see government SUVs parked out front, which means Monica's here. Surprisingly, Tessa was harder to spring than Glacier was. "Kate, would you introduce Tessa to Milton? I'm sure he can arrange some new clothes for her and give her the tour." "Sure. Where are you going to be?" The time on my glasses reads almost 6. I'm starving and an hour late for the dinner Luke is planning. "In my quarters. I'll see you both tomorrow morning for our first official team meeting." The building has 2 side-by-side lifts, one for general use and one for me. I roll into mine and don't even have to tell it where to go. The metal cylinder hums along to the very bottom floor. Only Luke, Kate, and I have access to my quarters. Well, housekeeping too. I'm not about to start doing my own laundry now. The door swooshes open. My stomach growls as I roll down from the lift into the living room. I built these rooms around my old ones. What can I say? I'm not a fan of change. I have one large central room with a TV, the latest version of the Xbox, my favorite couch, and a small fridge. The bedroom is down the ramp past the living room. The kitchen is off to the right. The only new feature is my massive bookshelf. Eye level for me is a pristine copy of John Stakely's Armor. One pull of that awesome tome, and the whole shelf will spin, depositing me into the lab. I mean, seriously, why the hell would I custom build my own HQ and not have a secret passage? For now, I just roll past. I've been in these clothes since 5 this morning, and I need pajamas and food. Despite the bone-weary exhaustion I'm fighting, I manage to pull off my formal clothes and slip into pink sweats with "Property of Starfleet Academy." I spin around and push toward the living room. I don't smell any food, but I'm sure I heard Luke in the kitchen. The kitchen isn't the biggest, but it's big enough. The only downside for Luke is that the counters are all chair height, so he's constantly stooping when he cooks. He is in the kitchen, resting against the counter while he sips the beer he keeps in the fridge for visits. His eyes light up when I roll in, but turn to confusion just as fast. I think I missed something. Luke is dressed to the nines. Well, the nines for him. He has his cowboy chic going on, and he fills out the clothes perfectly. His face drops as he looks down at me.
You're not ready, he says.
Ready for what? Dinner? Heck yes I am. Where is it? I'm not blind. He isn't cooking anything. Delivery?
At the restaurant.
Oh, indeed. The thought of going back out twists my gut. I don't want to go anywhere. I've traveled from D.C. to North Dakota and back to Arizona in one day. That should be enough. Maybe we could order in? I'm beat. I open the fridge and grab a Coke in a bottle, the kind from Mexico with real sugar in them. I close the fridge, and he's still standing there. He's still got a goofy grin on his face.
Amelia, we always order in. The incident was 4 months ago, and you've left your lab twice. Neither time with me, I might add. We've spent enough time watching TV and eating delivery. I have a real meal planned, and...
Clearly, this is important to him, but I really don't want to go anywhere. He isn't the one who spent all day outside. I hate outside. Luke, I'm sorry, but I really, really don't want to leave. Let me put on a movie and order some pizza and...
Amelia, I need us to go out. I'm sick of pizza and watching movies. I have a fun evening planned. You'll have a good time.
He finishes by walking behind me and grabbing my handles and pushing me toward the bedroom. It's not that he's never pushed me before. Heck, he does it a lot, even if I don't ask him to. But he's never pushed me in a direction I didn't want to go. Luke, stop! I raise my voice to let him know I'm upset. Clamping one hand down on the wheel, I spin around, glaring daggers at him. Don't ever do that again! He takes a step back. Confusion, fear, and anger on his face.
What's wrong with you?
He asks. Me? You're the one who just started moving me along like I'm your own personal pushcart.
Right, 'cause I've never done that before. I get you're upset about something. What is it?
I'm upset because you think you can just manhandle me around. Well, you can't. It's irrational. I know it is irrational, but I'm angry. Why did he have to do that? Why couldn't we just stay in and cuddle the way I wanted to? I glance at the elevator, and my heart sinks at the thought of leaving. It sinks, and something else. Fear.
You really won't come out with me tonight? I've been looking forward to this for a while. It's important to me, Amelia.
I should be looking at him, but I can't take my eyes off the elevator door. Just the thought of leaving breaks a cold sweat out on me, and I suddenly very much want to hide. Maybe you should just go, I say between clenched teeth. His eyebrows shoot up, and surprise flashes across his face. I don't think I've ever asked him to leave before, but I'm so mad I can't think straight.
If that's what you want.
The hurt in his voice is unbearable, but it's like I'm frozen. I can't say anything, can't do anything. Instead, I just sit there, unmoving, while he slips his jacket on and pockets his keys. He presses the call button and looks back.
You sure you want me to leave?
I don't say anything, just jerk my head in an approximation of yes. Say something, Amelia. Say something. The doors close on him, and the last thing I see on his face is a tear. You're frigging kidding me, Tessa says after I drop the bomb. We're in the Enterprise conference room. Epic has everything we know about the aliens and how we know about them on the big screen. Which is to say, he has very little up there.
Let me get this straight, Teddy chimes in. A mind-controlling, body-swapping supervillain told you aliens were coming, and you believed him?
He's dressed in a white cotton shirt and tan slacks. For some reason, that just jives with my vision of the African immigrant doctor.
Don't forget the prophetess of Apollo, the Greek god of myth. She said something about it, right?
Fleet asks. I decided if they were in, they needed to be all in, including Pythia. I nod. I glance to Kate for support, but she shrugs her shoulders. Either they believe me or they don't. Kate, of course, has her business chic look rolling, minus the wig. She lets her black hair fall in natural waves around her shoulders. Epic, show them the footage of the station. Affirmative. The lights dim and my helmet cam footage comes to life on the far wall. The space station looms in the distance. I catch Luke looking at me, and I try to offer a smile. Instead, I get all stiff, though, and I'm not sure it comes out as such. He frowns before looking away. Clearly, this is far beyond the tech we have available, as is quantum teleportation, holograms, zero-point energy, the hover bikes, and a half-dozen other pieces of tech Cat 7 produced, I tell them.
You mean the stuff that all went dead the day after they collapsed?
Teddy asks. It was Erickson's parting shot. A virus hard-coded into all of Cat 7's tech. All of it turned to slag. And the two scientists who supposedly came up with most of it vanished along with the company. Though we know the truth now. It wasn't 2 men, but almost 100. Kidnapped scientists like my parents working tirelessly to reverse-engineer alien tech. Yep, as far as we've been able to piece together, they found a ship and reverse-engineered much of the tech. No one has located the ship yet, and very few people outside of this room even know it exists. Just like the scout drone I took out over Seattle last week. Kate and Teddy knew, but to everyone else this is news.
That was an alien ship? Not a meteorite?
Tony asks. The lights flicker again and more footage from my helmet cam plays. I don't need to watch. I was there. When it's done playing, the room is eerily quiet. So, any questions? Monica, who as usual isn't sitting around the conference table but leaning against the wall, wrapped in her pink parka, raises her hand.
Glacier? Are you out of your damn mind?
She asks matter-of-factually. When she speaks, the cold air forms a mist in front of her, almost as if she were a normal person on a cold day. I chuckle. Yes. Next question? That takes them by surprise, and Glacier nods. Listen, this isn't going to be easy. We're down 1 key member, and no suitable candidates have come forth. I have no idea when the aliens are coming, and no way of really defeating them when they get here. My mass driver, I gesture to the devastation caused by the concussive force, isn't a solution. I told Erickson that I don't believe in a no-win scenario, and that's the truth, I don't. There's no fate, no mystical energy field controlling my destiny. Kate rolls her eyes at me. There's only the decisions we make and the consequences we have to live with. Help me. Help me win. Are you in? I wait, holding my breath, hoping they all say yes. It was one thing to get them here to join a team, but to find out the threat we're up against, the enormity of what we're facing.
I'm in, but you knew that already,
Fleet says with a grin. Thank you, Tony. He smiles at me. Me too. It almost goes without saying, Kate adds.
I can walk, right? Whenever I want and not go back to prison?
Tessa asks. Yep, I told you, you're a free woman. Stay or go, but not back to prison. She looks miles better. Clean clothes, a shower, and some food really helped her. I've also got her lined up to have those tats removed.
Then I'm in, for now.
That just leaves the good doctor and Monica. I wait, looking from one to the other. While I'm sure we can succeed without them, it will be a hell of a lot easier with them.
As long as our deal stands, I'm in,
Teddy says. I have a medical team standing by to move his wife. I surreptitiously signal them with a press of a button on my smartphone. Thank you, Teddy. Well, Monica, you're all that's left. Are you in? She peers at me, and as usual, I can't tell what the living ice sculpture might be thinking. Her face is a perfect replica of ice, translucent and all.
What the hell? I'm in.
I smile. Okay, thank you all. Let me introduce you to the staff and our training officer. Also, you'll be getting new costumes and get acquainted with Epic and Milton. And Milton. And Milton. And 8. Particles of concrete and dust rain down on us. The team is hunkered behind an old firehouse, waiting for the giant tracked drone to pass by. Its T-shaped chassis is covered in weapons hanging from rotating mounts. Even from behind, it's nearly impossible to sneak up on. 100 feet tall and rolling through the town at 15 miles an hour, even the fire truck it pancaked didn't slow it down. The perfectly sunny day would be fantastic for a picnic, if it weren't for the Terminator here shooting everything that moves. The M-Jet dropped the team off a few miles away, and from there we've taken it easy. Fleet made sure the town evacuation caught everyone, which it didn't. He managed to rescue almost 100 people in just a few minutes. The doctor is at our fallback point helping the wounded. His power set is incredible. Just being around him makes life flourish. Even though he's using his hard-earned medical skills to save lives, his very presence aids in recovery, too. That leaves the rest of us on frontline duty. Every day this feels more like a war and less like a superhero job. This monstrosity wasn't designed to take prisoners, but decimate. Which begs the question, Epic, have you figured out why the hell it is attacking a town of a few thousand?
The city of Platteville is not the primary target. Based on course and speed, it will come into range of the Fort St. Vrain generating station. It produces the majority of electricity for Colorado. Beyond environmental concerns, its destruction would hamper several key industries.
Are you saying it is going after our infrastructure?
Affirmative.
Great. What's next? The bridges?
I cannot foresee that with any degree of accuracy.
Ignoring him, I turned to the team huddled behind me. Okay, this thing is big and mean, but this is what we've spent the last 3 weeks training for. Glacier, focus on the tracks, freeze them, ice them, do whatever you can to slow this thing down. If it gets within a half mile of the power station Epic says it's targeting, those plasma cannons will light it up. Got it? She just smirks at me, like this is the easiest thing in the world for her. TK. Tessa chose a super original code name, but it has the blessing of being short. Keep a shield around Glacier. Those plasma guns will wreck her. Secondary to that, do what you can to gum up the works. Got it, she says, rolling her shoulders. She looks considerably better than when we found her. Good food, time around the doctor, and rest have done wonders for her. Fleet, Domino, scout ahead. See what you can do to slow this thing down. Also, make sure no one is in the path.
Got it,
Tony says, and Domino just nods. Okay, get to it. Fleet vanishes in a blur of speed and hail of dust. Kate disappears with a pop. Glacier glances at TK.
You ready?
Waiting on you, Frosty. Glacier growls at the older girl.
I have a name, and it isn't Frosty.
Without waiting for a reply, she charges out into the fight. Blue beams of light leap out from her hand, freezing everything they touch rock solid. TK heads out after her, and I can see the distortion of light above Glacier that her shields create. She may have a bad attitude, but she does the job. Not that I can begrudge her the bad attitude.
Luke is calling.
Right now? Put him on. I wait for the green light to indicate connections. Kind of busy at the moment, honey. It's now or never. I leap into the air at max acceleration. The air around me condenses into a cone as we break the sound barrier in 10 seconds flat.
I thought you'd want to know. 3 more of these things landed in Russia, Germany, and Japan. It looks like they're going after power plants. The one in Russia already destroyed their largest nuclear plant.
Good to know. Send updates to Epic. Thanks. I cut the line to focus on the here and now. I can ponder what all this means later on. 4 plasma weapons swivel, spewing out green balls of superheated death at me. Epic, for the love! That looks an awful lot like the weapons Cat 7 developed. I return fire. Silicate particles won't penetrate the main hull, but with the weapons, they blast through them after a few seconds of concentrated fire.
That is because, other than the amount of power required to use them, they are identical. If I had to make a guess,
please do.
I would say Cat 7 has an as-yet undiscovered location with alien tech.
Where? We've scoured Shai-Hulud. Did we miss something? More plasma flings my way as the drone's onboard computer senses a threat. Epic counts 29 plasma turrets. That is too much for me to...
Launch detected. Maximum acceleration.
The M-Drive kicks me in the butt as it blasts me straight up. Epic puts a pip on my HUD, showing me a cylindrical missile coming right up behind me. Flares! Hard over! Hundreds of flares spit out of my hips, burning at 1,000 degrees each. The missile blasts right through them as if they didn't exist. Radar?
Negative. I do not know how it is tracking us.
HE grenades! Rolling over, I line up the targeting pip of the grenade launcher with the missile. Fire! I can't hear the puff of the grenade, but I see it. Even if Epic misses, he'll remote detonate it. Fire explodes around the missile, and for a second I don't think it worked. Then the missile vanishes in green fire. Rolling back over toward the battle, I can see what progress we've made. Fleet has piled a ton of debris in the way. It looks like a ramp more than a wall. Probably good, since it would just crush a wall. Glacier's blue ice beams encase the tracks, but they break free as fast as she can ice them up. With the drone distracted, now is the time to use my mass driver. Epic, prep the SDF-1. Affirmative. I hit the ground a half-mile in front of the drone. That should give me plenty of time to prepare. The plates on my shoulders slide around as the suit reconfigures to take the energy transfer. Energy builds up in the superconductors as the ZPFM whines with the strain. Epic, I want you to... Alert, alert. I can't unlock the suit fast enough. Green balls of death zero in on me from every turret the thing has. The world slows down as I try to issue an order that will save my life. But nothing comes to mind. Plasma will rip right through my kinetic shields and cook me like an egg in the microwave. My vision wavers for a heartbeat, and I hear the explosion a few 100 feet away. Kate's smiling visage fills my faceplate. You're welcome. Then she's gone. Epic, reroute power. Blast off! I'm in the air seconds before another string of plasma rips a line from where I was to where I am. How the heck is it tracking me? There are no active sensors as far as I can detect. No radar, LiDAR, or sonar. Amelia, the last one was unmanned. We have to assume the possibility of an AI far more advanced than I, capable of adapting to the situation. The last one ignored you until you attacked. This one attacked the moment you made your presence known. What are you saying? It knows who I am? More probable, it knows you are the threat. We cannot cycle the mass driver any faster than 20 seconds. Even if we land on the horizon, I do not think we will have time to fire before the drone can fire back. I dodge more incoming fire while the team continues to whittle away at the tracks. Most of the turrets track me. A few go after Glacier, but they completely ignore Fleet, almost like they can't see him. In fact, as far as I can tell, Fleet and Domino haven't taken any fire. Kate, you up for something crazy? Always. What do you have in mind? Port to me. I no sooner finish the words than I feel her weight on my back. Epic shifts the main backplate aside and a handle locks into place for her to hold on. If she's traveling on my back, my speed is limited to 200, which is more than enough for dodging. Amelia, what are you doing? Epic, give her the sword. The thunk of detaching metal vibrates through the suit. Kate is the only person, besides me, who can wield it. After our little infiltration of Cat 7, I realized she could use it better than me. I try to not let that bother me. At least too much. Kate's one of those people who's just naturally talented at virtually everything she does. I'm going to do a flyby, port to the right T, and hack away at it. Got it? Hack away? Is that the technical term? Everyone's a critic, I mutter. Hang on! Up we go, straight up at 200 miles an hour. This is going to be tricky. Cut thrust! The suit isn't aerodynamic in the least. It also weighs 500 pounds, plus Kate's 160. My climb speed drops rapidly, reaching 0 in seconds. Kate teleports away with a pop, and I kick the thrusters back in as the turrets fire away at me. I hope those plasma guns are limited in range as the green balls of death fly by me. Kate carries her momentum with her when she ports, so I can't exactly drop her off at 100 miles an hour. Epic opens a screen for me, showing Kate's progress. She's hacking away for all it's worth at the arm of the T. The sword cuts through the material like butter, thank God. I was starting to wonder if I had anything that could hurt it. Epic, make a note. Let's make a pair of swords for Kate. Note made. Piling on the G's, I push the suit into tight, high-speed turns in an effort to dodge attacks and keep it off balance. An idea hits me. Epic, can you run the math on an aerostrike? I do not advise that course of action. Why? The drone is traveling along the transmission lines for the power plant. An aerostrike would decimate the lines and cause the same kind of havoc destroying the plant would. Dang it, so much for my bright ideas. You have anything? Other than wearing it down, no. In 7 minutes, it will be in range of the plant. We do not have much time. I just don't have another gun to throw at it. I thought for sure my mass driver would do the trick. I just need a little time to deploy it. Time the drone won't give me.
Arsenal, TK says over the comms. Glacier is about spent and not doing a whole lot. Evac her and let me go on the offensive.
She's not wrong. The drone's speed has only dropped a half-mile an hour since we attacked. But right now I can't know what kind of effect TK's powers will have on it. She's not nearly strong enough to rend the metal or cause significant structural damage. Negative. It's about to hit Fleet's barricade and... I don't finish the sentence as the drone suddenly grinds to a halt. All the weapons swivel toward the power stations. It appears we were wrong about the range. Ah, crap! A bright star of light falls from the sky, burning past us so fast I can only vaguely make out the feminine form within, and creates an afterimage in my vision I have to blink away.
"What's that?"
Fleet asks. My mind kicks into gear as the drone fires its remaining 29 plasma turrets on one concentrated point.
Kate, get off it!
I shout. The horizon lights up like a nuclear blast, but just as quick vanishes. I'm as surprised as the drone when there are no secondary explosions. My mind catches up with what I'm seeing. Was that Eon? A concentrated beam of fire 100 times as bright as the plasma weapons and as hot as the sun cuts through the sky from the power station to the drone.
Fleet, evac!
The beam slices through the drone, cutting it neatly in half from base to top. Then it explodes. 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 9. I'm not sure what I feel first. Numb or pain? Maybe both? Epic? No response. I can't see anything. My HUD's dark and the faceplate has polarized to the max. Epic? I cough out his name. My lungs hurt. Light flashes in my eyes as the HUD emerges in sections as each piece of the armor runs a system check before turning green. I apologize, Amelia. I required a moment to reboot. What happened? The faceplate depolarizes, and I can see for myself. The burning wreckage of the drone, a half-mile away at least, erupts in a fountain of flame and molten metal. The area around it is devastated, the ground blackened and cracked. There is a perfect circle of vaporized particles out to 100 feet. Kate! Epic! Where is the... All team members are accounted for and are relatively injury-free. You, however, have a broken rib. I have immobilized the torso to prevent further injury. The sky lights up, and a translucent star of energy lands beside me. Her feet only touch the ground in the sense that they are even with it, but not so much as a mote of dust is affected by her passing. I've only ever seen her on TV. Eon. Like Glacier, Eon is an elemental. However, where Glacier's powers are based on an earthly element, Eon isn't. She's pure energy, whichever kind she wants to be. You okay? Her voice sounds distorted, like she's talking through a radio. Yeah, thank you for... Whatever. You're just lucky I was here to save your sorry ass. Excuse me? I'm a little stunned at the anger I'm sensing from her. You let Sydney die, and now here you are, not even a real super trying to stop these things. He said you were smart and that I should appreciate that. But as far as I can tell, you're just a pretender in a toy. Sydney was a real hero, not you. Before I can disagree with her, she vanishes in a flash. Her words hit me like a 10-ton hammer. I fall back into the dirt, letting my head rest on the inside of my suit. Sydney was a hero. He died defending me and the rest of the world from a maniac. If he'd been here, he would have smashed that drone to smithereens. Amelia, I am detecting distress. Are you okay? No. Call Kate. Let her know I need a pickup. Then get the jet ready. We're going home. An hour later, the M-jet slows to a hover above the landing pad. It was a very quiet trip home. We failed. If not for Eon, we would be going the way of Russia. They had to nuke their drone to stop it, but not before it destroyed their largest nuclear reactor. The German super team, Das Boot, managed to take out theirs, but at the cost of 2 of their team members. Japan's team, Valkyrie, had the best success, bringing down their drone in under 10 minutes. In total, only 1 drone succeeded. But that didn't mean there weren't going to be more. And if this is any indication, they would learn from their mistakes. I had to take the armor off for the doctor to look at me. He wrapped my ribs and sat close for the whole trip home. I was exhausted, but at least comfortable. "Penny for your thoughts?" Kate asks as the team disembarks. "Nothing you don't already know." "All in all, I thought it went well," she says with false cheer. "If not for Eon, we would have lost." "So? We tried. Sometimes, Amelia, you can't win. You go left, you go right, it doesn't matter. If you let every failure bog you down—" "What?" I shake my head. "That wasn't a failure, Kate. It was a disaster. We might as well have flung harsh language for all the good we did." "That's not true. Your sword worked well. Glacier may not have slowed it down, but I think if she were to ice up other parts, we might have more success." "Are you saying I should learn from this and move on?" I ask. I know it sounds stupid. Of course that is what I should do. Why, then, do I feel like a 5-pound bag of sand sits squarely on my chest? Of course, it isn't all the failure. She looks at me for a moment, and I feel like her green eyes penetrate into my very soul. Cocking her head to the side, she sighs. "It wasn't your fault, Amelia. He knew the risks. You didn't make him jump into the fight with Behemoth." As usual, she's right. But her being right doesn't change the way I feel. Sydney died, and even Eon can see it was my fault. That is what is really bothering me. Yes, we lost, and I'm sure we can do better. But what Eon said, it was my fault he died, and no amount of "he made his own decisions" changes the fact that I ignored Pythia and pushed forward on my own. And because of that, Sydney died. Come on, Luke is waiting for you, and seeing him always cheers you up. The sentence is barely out of her mouth before she stops cold to look at me. Even if I wasn't already feeling awful, I'd feel worse. Luke hasn't really spoken to me in 2 weeks, not since our argument. I keep meaning to call him, but every time I try, my hand freezes. What do I tell him? I'm not sorry I didn't want to go out, but I don't know. What happened, and why didn't you tell me? We've been busy with training and orienting the new team, then this. I don't know where to start. I try to wheel off the plane, but each movement makes my rib hurt. Kate takes the handles and pushes me to the private elevator, and then in when it arrives. Once the door's shut, she looks at me in the mirror surface, waiting patiently. I bet she never has any problems figuring out what she's feeling. When the doors downstairs open, she spends a few minutes collecting a few things for me, a blanket, soda, and then whips together a ham and cheese sandwich, all the while letting me sort through what I'm feeling. What am I feeling? Panic. Panic at the thought of losing Luke. He's my first real boyfriend. He's the only guy I've ever kissed. We've been through a lot as a team, and I don't want that to go away either, but I think about that day. What happened? I got so mad at him pushing me, far more angry than I should have. Then I panicked and didn't say anything as he left, all because— Oh. Figure it out, have we? She asks from the couch. She's lounging with her feet over the arm and a beer in hand. I nod. Good. Now tell me. You're an empath, don't you already know? Amelia, you of all people should know that nothing is ever known, only suspected. You need to say it more than I need to hear it. Why did you two argue? He wanted to go out. He said he had plans, and I was so tired from our trip I just wanted to stay in, and when— I panicked. What do you mean? I mean when he started pushing me toward the door, I had a straight-up panic attack. I didn't realize it till just now, but I freaked out at the thought of leaving. Why? We'd just come back. It isn't like you never leave your lab. I do leave the lab, but not the building. Something is nagging at me. I wish emotions were as easy as science. Half the time, I don't even know what I'm feeling. I don't know. I just know I screwed it up with him. Kate bursts out laughing, which turns into a snort as beer goes up her nose. Oh, honey, you're precious. Amelia, you had a fight. It isn't the end of the world. Get your butt over to him and apologize, and all will be well. Besides, tomorrow's your birthday. He has to forgive you. Birthday rules. I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. 10. I have to say, if there is one thing I love about the new building, it's my lab. Tech so state-of-the-art it doesn't exist commercially. I have 2 quantum computers in tandem just for running numbers. Everything else is powered by a 3rd quantum computer, as well as a few more traditional servers. All buried 50 feet underground in a bunker that could take an oblique hit from a nuke. Add in the 4 workstations, numerous monitors showing updates on different projects, and every conceivable piece of scanning tech, and I'm a happy camper. Of course, with so many monitors, the news is impossible to ignore. They aren't being very kind. Some reporters stayed in the area and filmed the giant robot attacking Colorado. The president was on TV not 10 minutes before, asking people to stay calm, and that his new superhuman initiative was dealing with it. Then the footage of us getting our butts handed to us comes on, and yeah, not the best showing ever. I know he gave me carte blanche to do what I felt was needed, but am I? Despite yesterday's setback, I am trying to persevere. After all, today is my birthday, and I have one hell of a present for a friend. Of course, I'm assuming it works. I hope it works. The door chimes. Come, I say as I wheel over to the vault. It's not really a vault, just a box I built with the same material that makes up the suit. The biometric lock, on top of Epic needing to open it, should keep my experiments safe from thieves. I'm digging in it when I hear the door swoosh open and the temp in the room drops 10 degrees in a heartbeat. I shiver involuntarily as I dig out my treasure. Monica walks in with Kate at her side and Tessa right behind her. I didn't realize they would all be coming, but maybe I caught them at the right time. If Kate is affected by Glacier's cold aura, she doesn't show it. Tessa has a hoodie on with the words, "I heart Arsenal." It takes me by surprise. Is she being sarcastic? I can't tell, but it has to be sarcasm, right? Cute shirt. You like it? I'm selling them on Amazon for $30 a pop. They're quite popular. I still can't tell if she's joking, but I'm going to go with she's just messing with me. The Ice Princess looks like she would rather be anywhere but here. Kate gives me the eyebrow. She must sense my excitement. I place the belt I've been working on over my lap and wheel to the largest monitor. Epic, play it for my guests. Affirmative, flashes on the screen before a diagram of Kate's magnetic field appears. When I first started looking into your problem, Monica, I was intrigued. I read Cat 7's notes on it and wasn't impressed. They were never interested in finding a solution. She clenches her fists hard. I figured they'd strung her along with promises of reversing what had happened to her. All their research focused on weaponizing your abilities. When that didn't work, they sent you to us, which is actually the good news. I don't see how 2 years of my life wasted in a lab while being poked, prodded, and chiseled is good news. 2 years? I had no idea. Now I feel like a heel. No, that wasn't. And I'm sorry for what you had to go through, truly. That seems to make her feel a little better. I get an approving nod from Kate anyway. The good news is they sent you to me. They were looking at you as a biology problem, and I am not a biologist. I'm an engineer, among other things, Kate interrupts. True. Here is a picture of a magnetoscan I took of Kate a few months back. The yellow lines are her magnetic field. This is with her power at a minimum level. Watch as she actively produces pheromones. The lines thicken and brighten, spreading out farther from her. Okay, pretty color show, Monica says. I know she's not happy about her situation, but how can she not see how cool this is? This is Behemoth when she was at rest. Another image pops up. Behemoth was much larger than Kate, and her magnetic field was immense. Thick yellow lines nearly made her one solid color. I'm not following what this has to do with me, Monica asks. Patience, young Jedi. This is you. Her magnetoscan I took 2 weeks ago pops up. It's brighter than Kate's, but not nearly as powerful. Okay. I sigh. Kate flashes me a look and I smile. Not everyone geeks out on the science like me, but they should. Here, let me demonstrate. Amelia, just tell her. Nope, the process is important. It's the proof. I'm showing my work. Quit hassling me, I say with a smile. Every living thing has an electromagnetic field. For a variety of reasons, electrical current, iron in our blood, tons of different things. I raise an eyebrow and smile like she should now get it. Blank eyes. Fine, I mutter. Wheeling over to her, I hold out the belt. Put this on. Please, oh please work. This looks like a weight belt, Monica says. It isn't. Just put it on. She wraps it around her waist and secures the Velcro straps in the front. Listen, this is going to feel a little weird, I tell her. How weird? Well, I say, wheeling over to the keyboard that controls it. Let's just say I'm pretty sure you won't die. What? Wait a second! I hit the button, grinning ear to ear. There is no possibility of her dying, but I have no idea how painful the process could be, or if it will work. It should, but like I always say, there's a difference between thinking something is possible and building it. She screams. Not out of pain, but surprise, and halfway through her scream goes from sounding like an echo in a glacier to a human girl. She drops to her knees, naked as the day she was born, covered in steaming ice, and dripping water on my floor. It worked! Oh my God, it worked! Okay, sorry, I didn't think you'd be naked. I nod to Kate and point at the locker with my lab coat. She runs over and swipes the coat before porting right to Monica and wrapping it around her shoulders. I shake with excitement as I wheel over to her. Monica sits up, resting on her knees and staring at her hands. Somehow, I didn't think she'd have pale blonde hair, eyebrows, and eyes the color of old ice when she transformed initially. That could be side effects of the time she spent wherever she went. But who cares? It worked! I can feel her emotions, Kate says. Monica, are you okay? Kate kneels down next to her, running a hand through her hair to get the water out. How? She says, eyes still on her hands. Well, since you still had a magnetic field, and clearly ice doesn't, I theorized you had a body hidden away in the dimension where your powers come from. I just had to figure a way of swapping your ice body for your human one. How? She asks again. I just explained how. Oh, now you want the science? I can't help but grin. It's complicated, and most of the math Epic did while I worked out the device. Suffice to say there is a carrier wave that holds your ice body together. Blocking it forces the connection to dip below the dimensional threshold, and voila! Of course, the other theory I won't tell her about is that her consciousness might have stayed with the ice, in which case we would have gotten a frozen corpse back. The three girls still have blank stares. Point is, you get your body back. The battery in the belt is good for 8 hours or so, but there's no reason I couldn't fashion the same sort of power supply I use for my suit. Or this. I have one more present up my sleeve. I hand Kate a small black box the length of a pencil and as wide as my wrist. I had it in my chair pouch, waiting for the right moment. Kate's eyes go up in surprise. Amelia, how did you hide this from me? Trade secret. Take it and open. I hold it out to her. She takes the box, pulls it open. I know what she sees. A silver chain with black highlights. Hanging from the center is a green gem the same color as her eyes. Not that I don't appreciate the gift, but... Oh! She gets it. That's my Kate, sharp as a knife. It isn't really an emerald. Epic and I grew it here in the lab. Pressing it activates the miniature ZPFM inside, which will power ECM until the sun goes nova in about 4 billion years. She looks down at the necklace and then back to me. I don't get it, Tessa says. Are you two a couple or something? I cough, choking on my own spit. No, not at all. You never had a best friend, Tessa? Friends do things for each other. Now Kate can have a normal day without being bombarded by other people's emotions. She can turn it on and off when she wants. Monica makes it to her feet, a little shaky as she reaches out for Tessa to help her stand. "This is the best day of my life," she says. Her voice is rough, like she hasn't had a drink in years. Kate slips the necklace on and gives me a smile. "Thank you, Amelia. It's been so long since I couldn't feel the emotions of everyone around me. I didn't even remember what it was like until we went to Seattle. Now I just have to get them out of my lab before they remember it's my birthday. My secret plan was to overwhelm them with gifts so they would forget to celebrate. Well, it's getting late and this has been fun, but we have a busy day tomorrow. Monica, enjoy the food. Just don't eat too much." I wheel around and I hear Kate's throaty laugh. "Hold on, Wheels McShooter. Where do you think you're going?" she asks. "To bed? I haven't turned it on, Amelia. Don't think I've forgotten your birthday. Or the fact that you haven't left your lab in a while." I sigh, shoulders slumping forward. I have a very good reason not to go out. Cat 7 had detailed files on me. Everyone knows I'm Arsenal, and I saved the president. It's only been a few months since the incident. What if... Kate sees right through me. She walks over, kneeling next to me with a hand on my arm. "Amelia, he's gone. He's not coming back. Don't let him keep you in a prison of your own making." I hate it when she's right.
"Well, I don't really know what the hell is going on," Tessa says, "but I need a frigging drink. Blondie needs some clothes, and Amelia needs to lighten the hell up. I know just the place," she finishes, with an evil gleam in her eye. Gleam in her eye. Gleam in her eye. Gleam in...
11. Every muscle in my body aches as I finish the long bank to bleed off speed. The spire of the HQ glints in the sun just a few miles away, and I'm glad to be back. Despite the fact the girls kept me out until the wee hours of the morning, we still had training today. The whole team ran a course Luke designed to push us together and stress our limits. After nearly 9 hours of flying, shooting, carrying, and being hit, I'm ready for a hot shower and bed. It didn't leave me any time to talk to him. I'll call him tonight. That is exactly what I will do. If I can muster the courage. Kate took off to Paris since today is Friday. She wanted to spend the weekend at home. Teleporters. Sheesh. Everyone else is crammed aboard the M-Jet, headed back this way. They're only a few minutes behind me. Epic? What's with the crowd in front of the building? Milton has not made me aware of a disturbance or security breaches. Checking. I use the HUD's Zoom feature to check out the crowd. Uh-oh. Signs with, "All supers belong in jail," and "No more powers" are held high. I'd heard of anti-super protests in some of the bigger cities, but Arizona loves the Diamondbacks. I didn't think they'd make much headway here. Of course, they're probably bussed in. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out who I am and what this building is for. I guess they know now. It isn't like my identity was ever a secret. From the moment I joined the DBs, I had to give Cat 7 my name, and I knew the cat would eventually be out of the bag. After I dumped all of Cat 7's secrets on the web and saved the president, people found out. It isn't like it made me a celebrity. I got a host of requests for interviews, and then it all died down when I didn't respond to any of them. Like Kate said, I haven't left the lab in a few months, other than to see my folks. I spent more time out of my lab in Dharma when we recruited the team than I did the 3 months before. As we get closer, I can see building security in their bright red shirts, standing impassively between the crowd and the front doors. We have a front like a hotel with a pass-through driveway. It makes it easy for people to drop off guests, then drive to the underground garage, or have the valet do it. Okay, it's a lot like a hotel. Hotel Mars. I smirk. Maybe a revamp of the building logo is needed. There really isn't anywhere for them to stand on the outside gate, since we're right off a state route. They must have waited for a car to go in, then ran through to the front doors. At least the pass-through is under the spire and out of the sun. The last thing we want is to have an out-of-towner have sunstroke on our lawn and then be blamed for it. I'm going to touch down and see what's going on. Amelia, I do not advise that course of action. Crowds are unpredictable. The only weapon systems we have will severely hurt them. Weapon systems? Epic. Clearly they're upset about something. I'll land and explain to them what is going on. I'm sure if I just tell them what's what, they'll understand. Everyone knows about the aliens now. Clearly, we need to be working together. Amelia, have you met people? This isn't the internet where no one is allowed to be wrong, and heaven forbid anyone else be right. These are real people, in the flesh. Trust me, it will be fine. I have recorded your last phrase in order to play it back to you next time you are tempted to ignore my advice. Funny. Ease up on the thrust and let's land slowly. The deep hum of my boots alerts the crowd to me just before I get there. Pulling up, I slow to a hover before setting down. A hush falls over the crowd for a second. All of them look up at me, gripping their signs like weapons. Why? PA on. The light flashes, letting me know. Hi, I'm Arsenal. Let me answer. A tomato hits my faceplate. Supers belong in jail, the thrower yells. The crowd picks up the chant and starts shaking their signs and fists in the air. This makes no sense. Epic, scan the crowd. Facial recognition. This doesn't feel right. On it. Please listen, I say with the PA up to 30 decibels. That gets their attention. I'll happily answer any questions you have. For a second, I think they're going to take me up on it. Then the stupid chant starts. What is up with that? I'm being perfectly reasonable here. I wish Kate was here. She'd have them eating out of her palm in about 5 seconds.
I have a question.
A hand shoots up from the middle of the crowd. The crowd instantly silences and parts for a tall man with cold black eyes. I suppress a shudder. I know him. Pedrick Maddahall, former head scientist of Category 7. I very much want to rescind my offer and take off right now. But I can't. I'll look like I'm hiding something. Best to play the gracious host.
How do you justify your actions in Seattle? Elliott Bay is all but uninhabitable now. And Colorado? If it weren't for the actions of a few brave humans, we might never know the truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Maddahall? I ask. I instantly regret opening my mouth. He's in front of the crowd now, and he turns to them.
The truth is you are lying to us. Supers, the government, you're all liars and thieves. Look at this building behind us. How did you afford it, Ms. Lockhart? When you came to work for Cat 7, you had meager earnings. Now you are on Forbes' Top 500. How is that?
I don't see what one has to do with the other. You were... He cuts me off with a wave of his hand.
Of course you don't see. You're not one of the chosen. Either through incompetence or collusion, you have allowed this calamity to fall upon us. People, he turns to the crowd, she is the harbinger of the end times. Look at her.
I tune him out for a second as he keeps working the crowd. You were right, Epic, but I could have been. You could have been, if people were logical, reasonable beings who listened to facts other than their own. Touché. Scan him. When we met in Cat 7, the man made me feel like he hated everyone and everything, but there's something. Why is he here now? Scanning. He appears perfectly normal. Cross-checking. Wait 1. I wait, but I have a feeling I know what Epic is going to say. The crowd is cheering now. When he raises his fist, they roar. I send a text message to the lead red shirt, telling him to take his men inside. The people out here are no threat to anyone, and I can reroute traffic to our backup underground entrance if need be. If they aren't out here, that will be one less reason for the crowd to confront anyone. My HUD shows his name, O'Brien. If I recall, he's an ex-SAS man looking for a clean start in the States. Epic did all the hiring, and he seemed to have put a lot of different people together who all work like a well-oiled machine. O'Brien gives me a nod before tapping the man next to him on the shoulder. He does the same to the fellow next to him, and within seconds, without a word, all 4 men are inside, locking the doors. Dang impressive. I have the results back. I checked with the national database, and then I went international. Do you want to know what I found? No. What? I'm joking, Epic. Of course I want to know. Now the crowd is really going. He's talking about locking everyone up who has superpowers and funding research that would strip people of their abilities. I need to double-check my security protocols. All my research is behind 3 firewalls and a DMZ with both Milton and Epic running active security. The last ditch is an arrow strike on the actual servers if they are breached. However, I can't be too careful. I may be called paranoid, but I think if there were ever a person who was justified, it was me. I do not think he is human. That hits me like a cold bucket of water. He's the former chief science officer of Cat-7. He has more background checks performed on him than anyone but the president's staff. How could they miss that? Which is what I ask Epic. Spectre, the AI they had in the space station, he was very good. Better than me at cybersecurity because that was his sole directive. He could have made sure the public persona held, especially with Category 7's internal access to government networks. A thought hit me. Scan for quantum radiation. Sure enough, a trace amount shows up. He has a tiny ZPFM on him doing something. Well, that settles it. I will bid him good day and then... Pedrick turns from the roaring crowd, who are all chanting for my death at this point, and smiles.
Don't you have somewhere to be?
His gleeful smile sends a shiver down my spine, and makes me want to punch him in the face at the same time. There is an emergency call coming in from Palo Verde nuclear plant. A mob of superpowered people are overwhelming security. The president's team has asked us to intervene. How did he... Never mind. I turn to Pedrick and I pump up the decibels to 50 to drown out his crowd. You may all stay as long as you like. If you require food, water, or medical attention, please use the comm panel on the pillar over there. I point toward the closest of 5 pillars holding up the covered drive. And let my people know. They've been instructed to provide any and all care you may require. Enjoy the rest of your day. He's still smiling, but I can see a chink in his armor. He expected me to get mad or something. Well, I am, but I'm not going to take it out on a crowd of people who are either doing what they believe is right or are unduly influenced. Either way, I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. Arms down at my side, I kick in the M drive and blast off. The high-pitched whine of the boots drowns out anything he might have said as I left. Epic, plot the least time course. Let's bust some barriers. Reroute the jet and notify Kate. We might need her when we arrive. Is anyone else coming? As if we needed another threat to worry about. Of course, if he is alien, then really it's the same threat. The Southwest team is on the way. However, they are using a conventional transport, cannot make it there for another 1 hour and 20 minutes. We will be there in 7 minutes. Well, it's a nuclear plant. No wonder the president called us. A lot can happen in an hour and a half. Reroute the team, give them a briefing, and get me some eyes on the ground. Also, see what you can do about having Mr. Personality arrested. If he is an alien, then he's working for the bad guys, and we need him contained. Affirmative. Brace for acceleration. I feel the need for speed. The suit shakes as we pass through Mach 1, followed by 2 more in 10 seconds. I love this part. This part. This part. This. 12. I'm 5 minutes ahead of the jet. While it can theoretically go as fast as I can, the hull isn't made for faster than Mach 3. If I wanted faster, I'd have to make it out of the same material I used to construct the suit. And that is just too much titanium tungsten carbide flying around for my liking. A private jet is a heck of a lot easier to steal than my suit. 5 miles out, Epic cuts the thrust, and we free-fall the remaining distance, coming down from 60,000 feet in a hurry. I use the 2 minutes to scan the battlefield. And it is a battlefield. Palo Verde is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by scrub brush and desert. A 7-foot-tall concrete and chain-link fence encloses the small building and the 2 huge cooling towers. 1,500 feet of open ground exists between the fence and the main building. It looks like security has paid in blood for every foot of lost space. Soldiers fall back from a crumbling perimeter, shooting as they go. Epic identifies them as U.S. Army National Guard, weekend warriors who train to defend their homes. They were never trained for this. My AI is doing his best to run threat analysis on the 20 or so superpowered attackers. The battle is pure chaos, though. The soldiers on one side firing in controlled bursts as they fall back. Superpowered lunatics on the other going crazy. I spot at least 2 flame generators pouring out heat like they're prize guests at a Texas barbecue. A few F3 strong people throwing rocks, ripping cars apart in the parking lot, and generally making a mess. A number more with conventional weapons firing at the soldiers. No speedsters or elementals, which is a nice change. Epic, relay everything to the team. We're going in. You do not want to wait for backup? Negative. I don't want any more of those soldiers dying. We're going to land west of their location and get the attention of as many bad guys as we can. How do you suggest we do that? Rock and roll. I kick in the M drive and floor it right to the ground, slamming into the packed earth with as much force as an elephant. Using my eyes, I flick through the menu on my HUD until the right selection pops up. It's an oldie but a goodie. Maximum decibels, full PA. I wait for the system to flash ready. Hit it! As the dust clears, the first notes of Queen's We Will Rock You kick out of our sound system, followed by a half-dozen puffs from the grenade launcher as Epic goes active. I have their attention now. Firebolts scream my way. Epic pings their temp at over 1,000 degrees. I return fire with IP cannons on full power as I run forward. I could fly, but I want them shooting at me, with the stray beams and bullets hitting the empty landscape instead of the hunkered-down soldiers. The pop, pop, pop of gunfire echoes in my helmet, and I can see bullets falling out of the air as they impact with my kinetic shields. A man walks out of the dust in front of me, fire licking at his fingers. He wears a pair of desert goggles to protect his eyes. The grim set in his jaw tells me he is no joke. I leap to the right, a second ahead of a tornado of fire. The sandpaper roar of my IP cannons fills the air as I blast away at him. Most of the metas we face are susceptible to the IP cannons. A large tire swirls through the dust and slams into my kinetic shields at 300 miles an hour. My alarms scream as the shields deflect the tire. The mass and speed of the projectile sends me sliding backward in the sand. They give up entirely when the utility truck crashes down, flattening me into the sand and dirt. Ow! I cough and try and move. The utility truck is noticeably larger than Luke's. Which makes me think. We should buy Luke a new truck. What do you say? Shift your left arm 3 feet to the right. I follow his instructions and trigger the particle beams. White, hot, hyper-accelerated silicate slices through the metal and plastic, creating a wedge in which my kinetic shields can rip the truck in half. Anyone who surrenders now won't be hurt, I say over the music. Epic, cut the tunes. We have their attention now. Kate is on scene. She is behind them, dealing with the F2s carrying guns. The M-Jet is landing now. I think buying Luke a new vehicle would be a nice gesture after you apologize to him.
Nice mess you have here, Arsenal, Fleet says over the comms.
Good to hear you, Tony. There are wounded soldiers on the field. Get them to the doctor. A line of dust swirls through the air as Tony zips through the fire, running at hundreds of miles an hour and turning on a dime. He only has to stop for a couple of heartbeats before his powers envelop a person, before he can run with them. Otherwise, the friction from running 300 miles an hour would be like the worst full-body rug burn ever. Bodies of the fallen vanish one by one. Tessa, stay with Teddy and keep him safe. Glacier, do your thing and contain as many of these fools as you can. A chorus of Rogers follow. Right, teddy bear duty, yay! Tessa's sarcastic reply comes over the comms.
You know, I've heard that joke before, the doctor says.
Doesn't mean it isn't funny. Focus, people, I break in. Epic pings the fire thrower through the dust. He's lobbing more firebolts at the soldiers. I guess he decided I was down. His mistake. I start toward him when Kate pops in front of me, hands waving in the other direction. Amelia, there's a strong man with low-level invulnerability. He's the one tossing cars around. You need to deal with him. I'll take Hothead. I didn't realize that was his name, but now that she says it, Epic has a little ID badge on the HUD showing me his info. I really want to smack Hothead around, but she's right. Reluctantly, I kick in the jets for altitude and speed to 500 feet to the parking lot. Epic opens a small window on the bottom of my HUD, showing me Kate's vitals. It eases the anxiety I feel every time she has to go into battle. I upgraded her suit. Well, I upgraded everyone's suit. Nanofibers protect them from temperature changes. Micro-Kevlar weave gives them durability and protection from damage. And finally, my special blend of titanium and tungsten carbide for trauma plates protecting their vitals. They all have AR glasses or goggles that are tied directly into Epic. Micro cameras let him see and hear what they do. I also gave Kate a pair of IP pistols. They're each powered by a micro ZPFM. The only limit to how much they can shoot is the heat buildup in their chassis. Epic identifies the man in front of me as Cannonball. He's not terribly tall. In fact, as I land, I realize he is shorter than I am and incredibly squat.
"If you know what's good for you, you'll run,"
he says with a gravelly voice. Dude, if I had anything to fear from you, neither of us would be here. I sound far more confident than I am. Then I realize I am confident. I've been doing this for months now, and I keep hearing these threats. But that is all they are, just threats.
"Have it your way,"
he says, running toward me. I fire a barrage of IP cannons at him, and they slide off his skin. I expected them to, but I had to try. He leaps through the air, curling himself up into a ball. The ringing in my ears, followed by the impact of the ground, startles me. I'm staring up at the blue sky. What happened? His name is not because he throws cannonballs. He can throw himself like a cannonball. Do not get cocky. Yeah. I roll over, scanning for him. He's 50 feet away, coming out of his own roll. The shields protected me from the impact, but they had nowhere to channel the force, hence why I ended up on the ground. He starts running at me again. The grenade launcher cycles, switching to pods. I wait for him to leap, and fire. The boom echoes in my ears. It isn't just that he throws himself at me. He creates some kind of micro-velocity envelope like he's being shot out of a cannon. Epic throws the math on the screen, and it looks like he breaks the sound barrier when he shoots himself. Amazing! This time I was ready with angled kinetic shields. Instead of rolling me over, he bounces off the wedge, flying at a 45-degree angle. I can hear him screaming expletives once he realizes he isn't coming down. Notify ATC and ping his location. I don't want him bringing down a plane. The AG pod caught him just as he bounced up, sticking to his lower back. If he even knows it's there, he'll never be able to contort enough to reach it. Done. I hear Kate over the TACnet directing the team. She has Tessa off of Teddy, the doctor, and in the field using her TK abilities to great effect. Glacier overpowers the flame generators, her blue beams of ice freezing them in place. Fleet can't hit or touch anyone while he's at speed. He has invulnerability to friction and G-forces, but not if he hits someone. He can run into a wall at 100 miles an hour, and it's a love tap. But if he punches someone at 100 miles an hour, it will break every bone in his body. While he heals fast, I imagine the pain is all the same. He does his best to help, evacuating wounded, zip-tying downed opponents, which is incredibly useful, and generally filling in where he's needed. Tony loves his job, and I'm glad to have him on the team.
"Arsenal, I need you at the jet, please,"
the doctor says, a waver in his voice.
"Now, if you don't mind."
Teddy is always so polite. I fire up the M drive, climbing to 100 feet. Kate has the mop up. This is over. I'm halfway to the jet when I spot the reason for my return. Epic, land us. Full power, all weapons. Affirmative. Suit is 100%. All weapons and systems are green. This is a lot better than when I had to pick and choose which components to power, or having them idle at half power. I hit the ground, IP cannons pointing right at the man known as Jack Danger.
"Arsenal, I'd say it's a pleasure to see you again."
Cut the crap and let my man go! He's standing behind Teddy, one arm wrapped around his throat in a chokehold. He's being careful, not exposing himself any more than he has to.
"Your man? You mean you're not dating Major Force?"
he says with a smirk. Why is it when a woman speaks, everything is assumed to be romantic? Danger, I'm only going to tell you this once. Let him go and get face down on the ground. Don't think for a second I won't put you down. I raise the cannons a little higher. I can go for a quick shot with the particle beam if he forces me. I hate to kill him, but if it is him or the doctor, there's no decision here.
I want on your plane. Open the door, turn off security, and give me your word you won't stop me. And I'll let him live. Refuse any of those, and I snap his neck like a twig and take my chances. It isn't as if I'm not already looking at life in prison.
He makes a good point. I've got nothing to bargain with. He won't surrender. But he's a merc? What is he even doing here? Amelia, his heart rate suggests he is dead serious. I nod. Yeah, I gathered that. Then to Danger. Listen, Jack, you're a merc, right? In it for the paycheck? Why are you attacking a nuclear plant? You had to know there would be resistance before you could destroy it? He smirks, jerking the doctor around a little bit to prove his point.
That's my business. Now deal or he dies.
Teddy looks at me, and I can see an odd peace in his brown eyes, like he's at peace with whatever I decide.
Let him go, Arsenal. It isn't worth a life to stop him. Mine or his. How zen are you, Doc?
Danger smirks, thinking he's won. The problem is, if I let him go, and he goes and kills someone else, then I'm responsible. And he will kill. He's a merc, an assassin, a gun for hire. He'll do whatever the paycheck says to do. Which gives me an idea. Okay, Jack, you win. I'll let you go. But I want to hire you. I don't know who's more stunned, the doctor or Danger.
Bull crap,
he tells me. Nope. What's your rate? 5 mil? 6? I'm smiling ear to ear. I love doing the unexpected.
8,
he says. His heart rate blips and Epic flashes. Liar, on my screen. That's okay. 8 mil isn't what it used to be. Done. Let the doctor go. Sit over there out of the way and you get your 8 mil. But I want answers. Do that for me and I promise you your money.
I don't believe you,
he says with narrow eyes. He glances around as if a trap is about to be sprung. You were willing to trust me to let you go with just my word? Trust me on this? No tricks? You get paid, I get answers. After that, maybe we can come to another arrangement. But this is the best deal you're going to get. And you don't have much longer to decide. I've put him off his ease, and he's sloppy because of it. Epic brackets his head with the kinetic lance. I really hope he takes the deal. Otherwise, I won't be getting any info. Epic, fire at your discretion. Affirmative. Danger is a lot like Luke with his lightning-fast reflexes. However, where Luke has a preternatural danger sense, Danger doesn't. Hitting him when he's actively dodging is darn near impossible. But if Epic is doing the shooting... His muscles twitch in his forearm and his eyes narrow to little slits.
The plane or...
The kinetic lance doesn't make any noise. Danger's head simply snaps back, flipping him and the doctor over backward. I'm on him in a second, pulling Teddy off of him and hitting Danger at point-blank range with the IP cannons. He's twitching like a Muppet on crack. Fleet, full body tape, now! Danger is already recovering, struggling to overcome the IP cannons. In a whir of speed and 3 rolls of duct tape from the plane, the only piece of Danger I can see is his nose. Fleet finishes with a flourish, whips out a Sharpie, and draws an angry face on the tape. Nice, Tony.
I aim to please.
Kate, how's the situation out there? Amelia, you better come. Better hurry. Her voice is deadly serious, and I'm in the air when my radiation alarm triggers. Alarm triggers. Alarm triggers. Alarm triggers. 13. How do I know she's alive? Well, I could tell you I have faith in her. I believe that if there were ever a person who could survive the impossible, it's Amelia. But the truth is a little more factual. I can feel her. In my heart, I know she's out there. She just isn't a place I can get to. Yet. Excerpt from Studio 50's interview with Kate Petronelli, a.k.a. Domino, founding member of the Protectors. The soldiers wave as I fly over them. The doctor hasn't reported any casualties. I'm hoping there are none at all, but especially among the soldiers. He's really a good doctor. Even without his ability to stimulate regeneration in freshly damaged cells, he'd still be invaluable. Amelia, the radiation is not at dangerous levels yet, but there is something familiar in the pattern. The last time Epic picked up random radiation was also the last time we fought danger. Appleman is dead, Epic. He blew himself up 3 miles above. And now I have to eat my words. Sitting with his legs crossed and leaning against the cooling tower is Appleman, even eating an apple. What the hell is with him and apples? Well, this is easy enough. I can have him in orbit before he explodes. ETA to detonation? If his pattern is consistent, 1 minute. I slam into the ground next to Kate, who stands a few feet away from him.
Well, well, if it isn't the savior of Las Vegas.
He's sitting on the ground with his back up against the silo. Bitter you didn't get to kill 3 million people? He shrugs.
Fish gotta swim. I blow up regardless of whether I get paid or not. I might as well get paid.
Interesting. He is implying a build-up to nuclear fission is his power. And what, you figure take out as many people as you can? Kate asks. He shrugs again.
Life sucks.
He takes a bite of his apple, then speaks with his mouth full.
Then you die, and you will, if you move me 1 inch.
That is when I notice he's sitting on something. A pressure plate. Epic, scan it. Scanning. It is a pressure plate of some kind. I have identified C4 bricks on his person. It is likely to assume if you move him, he will explode. Kate, what do we do? I'm assuming if we move him, those explosives will prematurely detonate him, she says.
Bingo,
he says over a mouthful of apple.
It won't be a kiloton, but enough to send this plant into immediate meltdown.
Anger wells up in me, and I curl my fists involuntarily. How could he so casually consider this? I take a step forward. Kate puts a restraining hand on my shoulder. How long do we have? She asks. Less than a minute. She nods, passing me to kneel down next to him. I've got this, Amelia. Step back, just in case. No! I yell, guessing what she plans. He'll explode as soon as you rematerialize. You won't have time to teleport back. I know. She glances over her shoulder at me, her green eyes big and wet. I grab her shoulder and haul her back. I can hit him with an AG pod. 15 seconds. He's glowing now. My radar alarms scream at me as they approach dangerous levels. There's no time, Amelia. There's always another way. She vanishes from my grip and reappears behind me. Not this time. She looks up into the sky, touches Appleman, and they both vanish. No! I kick the thrusters in full and charge my electromagnetic shielding to max. The sky lights up with a bright flash that polarizes my faceplate. Incoming shockwave! Brace! The armor locks up and bucks as the concussive force blasts past me. I'm already at 1,000 feet, and based on the strength of the wave, I'd guess she teleported maybe 10 miles up. Wow, I knew she could do line of sight. It just didn't occur to me she could go so far in one hop. Epic, full scanners, find her. She survived. I know she did. Find her. The spectrum is all screwed up by the detonation and subsequent release of radiation. If she managed to survive the explosion, she might be unconscious and falling. If she didn't teleport away in time, she's gone. Tears well up in my eyes and my heart thuds. No, I won't accept that. She lived. Amelia, I am sorry, but it is unlikely she survived. I try the radio, but the signal can't go anywhere because of the interference. Damn it, Kate! I scream in my helmet. This isn't happening. She's alive, damn it! Alive! Amelia, I cannot find her. Think, Amelia. What would she do? A heartbeat to teleport. Less, really. Not enough time for her to lock on me or Tigress. So a short-range teleport only... She would have... Epic, full burn. She went up. Amelia, do not get your... Epic, she went up. She teleported up. I know it. The thrusters whine with power, siphoning what they need from the ZPFM. 5,000 feet. 10,000. Come on, Kate. Come on! If she made the second port, she'd be falling. She wouldn't be able to teleport anywhere else without carrying over her velocity. She'd be trusting me to catch her, the way I should have trusted her to do this. Damn it, Kate, where are you? I'm having trouble seeing. My eyes are clouding up and I can't read the HUD. Anything? No. Wait. Yes. Where? It is faint, but I am picking up an intermittent signal that may be her transponder, marking a trail. I go full over, almost 180 and 3 miles down to the west. The G-forces elicit a grunt from me and my vision goes black on the edges. My manipulators do most of the work, but it still bleeds through. Amelia, there is not much time. Hurry! The airspeed indicator blasts past Mach 1 as we race gravity. Every second brings us closer, and finally her transponder signal comes through clean enough for a lock-on. It's her! Oh, thank you, God. She's 1,000 feet from impact and falling fast. 5 seconds. 4. 3. Full brake! I slam forward in my suit as I throw the thing in reverse. The maneuver slides me through the air under her. I roll over, catch her, and floor it, going down and then pulling 5 Gs to bring us back up. Come on, I mutter through my clenched teeth. The ground zooms up at us, and I grunt as the Gs level off, and we're skimming the ground at 3 feet. Rolling over again, I put my back between us and the ground, and pull up and head back to the plane at a sedate 100. Kate? Amelia, her vitals are low. It's then I see. She's burned black from head to toe. Her beautiful hair is gone, and her skin peels off as we go. I scream in my suit, then bite down to keep the bile down. Doctor, I need you on the plane right friggin' now. You hear me? Right now! Right now! Right now! 14. We land next to the stairs for the jet. Teddy looks up from one of the soldiers where he's bandaging a wound. Tony, you're in charge. Keep the team here until federal forces arrive. Assist the soldiers as best you can. I'm taking Kate to the hospital.
Go, we got this.
His encouragement helps.
What about the rest of the wounded?
Teddy asks. I bite down on my own tongue to not finish that word. Are any of them going to die in the next 2 hours? He shakes his head as he runs toward the plane. The engines are powering up, sending a spray of dirt and sand into the air. Then they'll be fine. Get on! I climb into the cabin, holding Kate as delicately as I can. I can't even look at her, she's so badly burned. I feel like I'm holding a used piece of kindling, not a wonderful human being whom I love. Sick bay! I shout through clenched jaws. 4 of the 8 chairs rise up and flatten into beds. The walls switch from the outside view to monitoring vitals. Vitals that are almost non-existent. Come on, Teddy! I place her down on the nearest bed as gently as I can. She convulses as I pull my arms away from her. I try to ignore the flesh sticking to my armor. What is the best burn hospital in the country?
Any hospital will do.
Epic, Maricopa County General, full burn.
Affirmative.
The jet leaps up with a lurch. Teddy manages to keep his feet by holding on to the grab bar running along her bed. When we level out and the acceleration ends, he goes to work. His aura improves her vitals, but only a little. I know some of how his power works. He increases a person's natural healing ability. How much and for what effect is dependent on the individual. Teddy busies himself doing everything he can. This is his area of expertise, and I let him work. No matter how impotent I feel. I so badly want to help, but I don't even know where to begin. He takes a pair of scissors and tries to remove what little of her clothes are left.
I don't understand why she's still alive,
he mumbles to himself when he finishes. Next, he sprays her down with an immobilizing foam with a powerful analgesic. Then he starts injecting her with drugs for pain and infection. Every second she lives gives me hope. Dang it, Kate. Don't die on me. 5 minutes to the hospital. Epic's message flashes on my HUD, and I shake myself out of the malaise clouding my thoughts. There will be plenty of time for recriminations later, Amelia. For now, do your thing. Epic, connect to the hospital's mainframe. I want Kate to have the best they can offer, okay? Will do. I love Epic, but comforter he isn't. I know he can't lie and tell me she's going to be okay, and I need that right now. Also, call Luke. Tell him to get here fast. Affirmative. The jet touches down with a bump, and no sooner does the door open than a team of orderlies swarm on board to take her. Teddy yells out her vitals and information while conferring with the local doctor his own credentials. Within seconds, she's off, and I'm alone on the plane. Epic, send the jet back to HQ. Have maintenance clean it up before returning to the team. Make sure they're in the loop about what's going on, but I want them home, fed, and showered before they show up here. Understood? Amelia, Kate is strong. If anyone can beat the odds, it will be her. Thanks, buddy. I hope you're right. Get me out of this suit, please. A half hour later, I'm outside the burn center's surgery ward, wheeling myself back and forth. I couldn't just sit there and do nothing, and since I do have to sit, practicing wheelies helps distract me. I have a full closet on the jet, thanks to Kate making me, so at least I have clean clothes to wear. Amelia? Luke's voice bursts over me like water through a dam. Luke! I whip around and roll right into him, not stopping until my arms are around his waist. Then I'm crying. I hate crying, but I can't stop. I sob through the story of what happened, how I couldn't think of a way to save her in time, and now she's in there dying, and it's all my fault. All my fault. I'm sorry, Luke. I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me? He holds me throughout my outpouring, adding in, "It will be okay," and "You did the best you could," as words of comfort here and there. Intellectually, I know I did the best I could. Kate is still hurt, possibly dying, and that doesn't change just because I did the best I could. Of course I do. I'm sorry, too. I should have been more patient. Amelia, you can't do this alone. You can't always be the person to fly into the sun. You're one woman. A strong, beautiful, powerfully, scarily intelligent woman, but one woman all the same. You have to let others help you. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. I really just want to rest here with my head against his chest and his arms around me with his hand running through my hair, telling me she will be okay. That is all I want. I blink to life with a start. The waiting room is hyper-real as I startle awake. Luke is here with me. At some point, he pulled me out of my chair to rest on him. Luke? Amelia, you're awake. Here, have some coffee. He hands a Starbucks out to me. I take the cup, even though I don't drink coffee. It smells divine, and I try a sip anyway. He put enough sugar, cream, and caramel in the cup to override the bitter coffee flavor. I grimace as I sip it, still too bitter, but it's better than nothing. However, I eye a Coke machine down at the end of the hallway and make a mental note to swing by later. The warm cup is nice to hold, though. My hands are perpetually cold, and having the hot coffee is like having them wrapped in warm gauze. How is she? I manage to whisper. Better. Teddy came out and said if she can make it through the next 12 hours, she'll most likely live. That was 4 hours ago. He hasn't left her side since. My stomach does flip-flops, and though it is good news, we're not out of the woods yet. Kate's strong. I just need to keep telling myself that. She's strong, superhuman, and just too damn pretty to die. A chuckle escapes my lips before I bite down on it. What's so funny? Luke cocks his head to the side as he stares at me. It's awkward to have him so close trying to talk to me. It's like he's looking down at an errant child in his lap. Nothing, I mutter. No point in trying to explain Firefly to him. Almost 6 months of dating, and we're not all the way through the original Star Trek yet. Kate would get it, or at least she'd roll her eyes at me. I can almost hear her. God, Amelia, is everything so geeky with you? That brings a smile to my face. Now we just wait. Wait, pray, and hope. Please, God, let Kate be okay. Be okay. Be okay. 15. 8 hours pass, agonizingly slow. Epic hacks the hospital's network for me so I can see the progress. I thought there would be a flurry of activity in her room. I'm not a huge fan of medical dramas, but I've watched a few. I guess they're as wrong about medicine as other shows are about science. Kate is wrapped head to toe in bandages. A tube down her throat helps her breathe. She has 4 IVs plugged into her and a ton of monitors. Teddy, bless his soul, sits next to her, his hand on her thigh. He's sleeping, but I know his power works the longer he's near someone, even if he's asleep. If she's alive, he's the only reason. Still no update. She lives, and that is good, for now. The question is, have I changed anything? When Pythia first told me about all this, I laughed. Sure, she had some insight, obviously some power that allowed her to see things, like me needing a straw to drink while I was in the armor. But what if she can see the future? What if I have doomed the human race? Then Kate will have almost died for nothing. I whip out my smartphone and text Carlos for the 10th time. Kate is hurt badly. Thought you would want to know. I need to talk to you. Please message me back. Wheels McShooter. I'm not sure who may be listening, and there is no point in putting him in any more danger than needed. Or maybe I need a reminder of the simpler times, when my biggest concern was figuring out how to crack the temperature tolerance on my titanium matrix and beating Carlos in one of our all-night Halo marathons. The simple life. I put the phone away and stare down the hall again. Pythia said there were 2 paths, but that was months ago. I shake my head. I don't believe in fate or destiny. Maybe there is such a thing. It isn't like I know all that is knowable. But if the future can be seen, then there is no free will. And if there is no free will, then what are we doing here? Going through the motions like puppets? I shook my head. No, that couldn't be true. What was true, for good or ill, I'd done this. My team, my responsibility. All here with me, waiting to see if Kate makes it. I close my eyes and rub the bridge of my nose. "Penny for your thoughts?" Tessa asks. Luke is off getting grub for everyone. Fleet is conked out on the couch, and Monica is with her parents. She asked to go, and who am I to say no? They've been out of town for a week, and she wanted to show them the good news. "They're not worth that much," I tell her. "Still, if you want to talk." I glance at her out of the corner of my eye. Tessa is a tough-talking, no-nonsense woman. Whoever she might have been before prison, she was a pretty stoic woman now. She wasn't prone to sharing her emotions or asking others to share theirs. I wish Monica was here. At least then I'd feel like I had a friend. I chuckle at that, since Monica has never been overly friendly to me. "Thanks, Tessa. I appreciate it. I'm just worried." "We all are. Kate's tough, though. She'll pull through." I nod. Will she? There's tough, and then there's only human. And while Kate's powers make her the pinnacle of human perfection, she isn't invulnerable, or even semi-invulnerable. It keeps coming back to free will. Do we have it? I can tell my statement catches her off guard. She slips her legs under her, resettling on the chair. "No, we don't," she finally says. I raise an eyebrow at that. She can't know that, not for sure. "Explain?" "Things happen to us and we react. Then later on we act, thinking we are making our own choices, but really we're just reacting to the bad stuff that is already happening. So no, I don't think we have free will. But I also don't think there is anything we can do about it." I nod. It's a surprisingly logical argument from her. Only I don't buy it. The fact that we're having this conversation proves free will exists. Animals run on instincts. They have no choice in the decisions they make. A wolf sees you running in the woods, he will run you down. That's instinct, pure and simple. We're not wolves. We get to choose. Maybe we don't always choose carefully, or maybe we choose wrong time after time, thinking we're choosing right. But we do get the choice. She shrugs at me. "Maybe. All I know is life feels like a sick joke half the time. When my mom called the cops on me for... What happened?" Alarm flashes on her face like she said something she wasn't supposed to. I let her figure it out without asking. I don't know all the details of her life, just the stuff since she was 18.
I never felt like I could go home. Never felt like I had any choice. I started stealing to stay alive. After that, everything just snowballed into eventually running with Vixen and her crowd. What choice did I have as a kid on the run? Go to jail? It happened eventually, I point out. She scowls at me. I guess it did. Maybe trying to fight the future is pointless if the outcome we're trying to prevent happens sooner or later anyway. Sooner or later. Tessa, let me know if anything changes, and thank you. I throw my arms around her neck and hug her before she can protest. Hey now, I'm not into girls. She pushes me away. It's called friendship, Tessa. Read a book for Pete's sake. I wheel away, leaving her wide-eyed and stunned. Epic, prep the jet. Is the armor clean? I slip on my glasses so I can see his response. The M-jet is orbiting the hospital, awaiting your arrival. Yes, the suit is cleaned and repairs and refits have been made. May I inquire as to our destination? Greece. I want to see the Oracle of Delphi. If there were ever words I thought I wouldn't speak, those had to be them. To be them. To be. 16. We are in a stable orbit of Delphi. Airspace is clear for now. Stealth systems operating at 100%. May I ask why we are not notifying the local government of our arrival? Easy. I didn't want to go through airport security. The way the armor goes on in the plane is vastly different than the workshop. I have to say, I think I like it a lot more. The forwardmost chair on the left is mine, even painted red and white so people know. I'm starting to rethink my policy about crafting the M-jet out of titanium tungsten carbide. If I did refit the M-jet, I could fly into space with my own shuttle. The possibilities flooded my mind, and I spent the last hour drawing all kinds of designs. We could go to Mars. Heck, the possibilities are endless. It also raises a lot of questions. Like, how do the aliens travel the span of the galaxy? We know our nearest neighbors have no life, and if they've cracked FTL, then we're toast because there is no way we can beat someone who is advanced enough to use faster-than-light travel. Amelia, we have arrived. Thanks, Epic. File this all away. I gesture to my tablet. On the server at home, make it a priority and start running numbers. The moon might just be the beginning. I swore I'd never let anyone have the secret of my armor, but colonization. I don't know a single sci-fi nerd or geek who hasn't dreamed of that reality. I shake my head. Focus, Amelia. Epic, initiate. The chair lays back in a slow, steady motion until I am in a supine, prostrate position. The chair sinks into the deck, splitting as it does so, and the armor slides and locks into place around me. There's a kick as I'm shot out of the underside of the jet. My HUD boots to life as the faceplate clears to reveal Delphi. The last time I was here was with Sydney, when he showed me the secret to his armor. I hadn't considered coming back, but with Kate hurt, I need some reassurance I'm on the right path. It isn't as if she left me a phone number to call. We drop from 1,000 feet. The altitude vanishes in a few heartbeats, and I hit the ground with a shudder. It is exactly as I remember, unchanged. Of course, it has been like this for thousands of years. Epic pulls the video up from our previous visit, showing me precisely where we walked and exactly what Sydney touched. All of this presupposes she even wants to see me. We never did quite figure out the trick she did to have sunlight in the cave, but also have 100% signal suppression. She claimed pocket dimension, but I don't know. Shaking my head, I reach for the place Sydney pressed. Before my hand touches it, the ground shakes and lowers. Figures. The cave is the same as I remember. Epic kills the video, letting me take in the sight uninterrupted. A waterfall in the far corner fills a pond, and both have this eerie blue light emanating from behind them. A beam of sunlight illuminates the figure kneeling next to the water, running her hands along the surface. What? Hello, Amelia. Her voice is more alto than I remember. As she stands, I don't see the child from last time, but a young woman, perhaps my age. I can see the little girl who she had been and the very grown-up woman in front of me.
As if she grew up in the space of a few months. And not just up. I nod uncomfortably. Hello? Pythia? She smiles, her eyes shining in the light. Yes, I'm sorry if my appearance makes you uncomfortable. Let me put on a coat. She isn't naked, per se. Just the white cotton robe she wears does little to hide her. She walks over to the corner and slips on a North Face jacket. Don't ask me why she has one. It takes me by surprise. Open faceplate. The sliver portion of my helmet slides up so I can speak face to face. You've changed? Do you not approve? Only if it isn't a good thing. She gestures for me to come and sit. The table that reminded me of an ancient feast hall is gone, replaced by a far more modern round table. No cornucopia of meats and fruit this time. Just open, hot bags of fast food, and a pizza that smells far better than any pizza has a right to. Now I'm thoroughly confused. I sit down, slide a Coke over, and wait for her to explain. She just stares at me, unblinking, with her larger-than-normal eyes. I can't take it anymore, and I look away to take a drink. Why is everything so different? I am a reflection, a shade, if you will, sent here by Apollo to guide mankind. But I can't do it alone. I've heard the spiel before. Priestess of Apollo, blah, blah, all-knowing. She continues talking, but the corners of her mouth turn up enough to make me think she can read my mind. However, that is one part of who I am. My champion determines the rest. I jerk my head around. Champion? Sydney said she would choose another. I just assumed when she had, we would know. Not a lot of Greek-themed superheroes running around. You've chosen a new champion? Where is he? Not here. He's training with Athena. This again. Right. So your new champion, he influences your appearance? She nods. Sydney needed a daughter to protect, a little girl he could sacrifice for. It helped him through the death of his own daughter. Oh, I hadn't known. I can only imagine how much that had to have sucked. What does your new champion need? A girlfriend? She laughs, and I swear if we put her and Kate in a room, the guys would split 50-50. More than you know, but not quite. He needs someone to impress, and at the same time, validation for the work he has done. Validation in the form of Jessica Rabbit telling him he's a stud. Okay, whatever gets them going, but this isn't what I'm here for. You wish to know if you've changed anything? I try not to snarl. I need to develop telepathic powers so I can constantly ask and answer people's questions before they have them. Kate was hurt, badly. It's my fault. I don't know if she'll live. I hold up my hand. I don't want you to tell me that. It isn't why I'm here. Now it's her turn to be surprised. You don't want to know if your friend lives or dies? I shake my head. No, I just want to know if you still can't see the future. You told me that if I continued on my crusade, mankind's future ended. Well, clearly I continued. I shrug. It isn't that simple. Last time you were here, I told you I'm somewhat omnipotent. I can see possible futures, the most likely outcomes of actions, that sort of thing. I nod. That isn't entirely true. Let me ask you a question. If you boil water, at what temperature will you convert it to gas? I'm taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. That depends on the altitude. But I bet you can tell me what temperature at any altitude. Am I correct? I nod. The future is like that. I can see where it's going. People make decisions like throwing stones in a river. Sometimes those ripples change the course, sometimes they don't. After the alien probe hit Seattle, I discovered why I couldn't see past a certain point. Now I can. How? Once it landed on Earth, the aliens became the domain of Apollo, exposing them to my power. I smile. This is great. How do we win? I don't think you can. She shakes her head with a sad smile. No, there has to be a way. A piece of tech. A weapon. What about your new protector? She looks to the waterfall for a moment, her eyes glistening with the onset of tears. Or did they always look like that? It isn't as simple as me saying, build this or shoot that. People make their own decisions. Often people make decisions that affect their lives the most when they aren't even paying attention. I can't change the future by telling you to shoot something. Only you can change the future by changing you. Anger and frustration bubble up inside of me. I'm so sick of vague warnings and cryptic messages. Can't someone just say, point a missile at these coordinates and fire? Fine. Tell me what to change, on who, and I will. She shakes her head, reaching out to rest a hand on the armor. You've built something magnificent. If you were alive 2,000 years ago, I think Apollo would have taken you to wed. You're smart, clever, but just like everyone else, Amelia, you won't change. You don't think you need to. No one ever does. She says the last part with a sigh, like this isn't the first time she's had this conversation. Everyone changes. It is the universal constant. I'm 21. I will be an entirely different person by the time I'm 40. I know that. She shakes her head again. Change because of time is different than change because of need. Tell me, Amelia, why did you build your armor? To find my parents, I answer automatically. And if you had never lost your parents? I guess I wouldn't have built it. Probably, but you would have invented other great things. That is just how your mind works. The loss of your parents forced change upon you. But tell me, when is the last time you found yourself insufficient and decided to change? I opened my mouth to answer, but I can't think of a time. Surely there has been some point in my life where I decided I wasn't good enough at something and changed it. Somehow I don't think becoming a better chemist is what she means. I can answer for you. Never. Like virtually everyone, you think who you are is all you can be. You should be appreciated for that and forgiven your mistakes because you tried your best. It doesn't work that way. A crux is coming, Amelia. One your armor and brilliance cannot solve. One no superpower in the world can solve. A problem that will only be overcome by you not being you. I bite my tongue, trying to not raise my voice. How the hell am I supposed to not be me? That doesn't make any sense. Not everything has to. Hence why human history is so full of the same tragedies over and over. Only you can change who you are, Amelia. Dig deep, and when you think all hope is lost, remember, humans can choose to be different. They just don't. I sigh. I hate all this destiny crud. Fate's a fickle bitch. I look up sharply at her surprising turn of phrase. Her mouth quirks upward, and I can't help but smile. Anything else you can tell me? She shakes her head. I fear I've told you too much already. Doubt and fear of making a decision are just as bad as making the wrong one. When your new protector is ready, send him my way. Her eyes shine like she is smiling inside. Amelia, one thing I can tell you. While the fate of mankind is in the balance, there is always hope. Did Apollo teach you that? I close the faceplate and prep for takeoff. No. You did. You did. You did. You did. 17. All the events of the last few days have left me reeling, mentally and physically. Despite Teddy's best efforts, my ribs still hurt, though he assures me they would hurt much less if I would spend some time in bed. I stay in the armor for the trip home and go suborbital, giving me a nice view of the world as it turns slowly away from me. Instead of zooming down, I turn the heat up to max and float in the cold silence of space. Kate, Luke, the team, aliens, fate of the world. Seriously, what more could I put on my shoulders? Oh yeah, my parents. I sigh. One problem at a time. I tap into the nearest satellite and have Epic pull up the feed from Kate's room. A little more than a day has passed since her injuries, and she is looking considerably better. Teddy is still there at her side. As long as he is, she'll heal faster. He's got to be exhausted. Her vitals, though, they're looking up. The pit of worry filling my stomach lessens somewhat, but only a little. Epic switches me to the waiting room. Luke is there with his sleeves rolled up and his cowboy hat down over his head as he sleeps. I know he's worried about her. I forget they were friends long before I came into the picture. Luke, why didn't I want to leave that day? I know I was tired, but the panic that gripped my heart when he pushed me toward the exit was just totally unreasonable. I've left my suite before, but now that I think about it, only as Arsenal or with Kate.
If not today, then one day I will show up and you will be bound in your chair, and on that day you will lose, for I will become you.
I can hear Erickson's voice echo in my memories. It has haunted my dreams on more than one occasion, and until this moment, I hadn't realized why I haven't left my lab without my armor or Kate. What if he's still here? I look out in the direction I sent him, floating off toward the sun. What if he managed to make it back somehow? All his identities were burned. He'd have to become someone new. With no telepath school to recruit from, he'd have to go after someone else, someone like me. Oh, God, I shiver all over at just the thought. If he were me? I hate being afraid of leaving my own room, but I'd rather stay in my room where I'm perfectly happy than take the chance of him winning. No, I can't let that happen. Epic, open a channel to Luke and plot me a course home.
Channel open.
Luke? He snorts, and I see him startle awake on the screen.
Amelia? Where?
I'm in orbit heading back. I figured some things out, and I need to tell you something. One, I'm really sorry. I panicked, and I didn't know why, so I got angry, and I took it out on you. I can hear the smile in his voice, and it warms my heart. I allow myself the illusion that it will be all right, because I know deep down in my heart we're about to be over.
I'm sorry, too. You see, I had a really big evening planned.
On the monitor, he reaches into his pocket and pulls something out, rolling it between his fingers. I can't quite see what it is.
Amelia, I strongly advise you to have this conversation face to face.
I can't. I have to have it now. I need him to know now. I need to know. There was something I didn't tell you. Something that happened with Erickson.
Hun, that jackass is either dead or 1,000,000 miles away. He can't hurt you.
I shake my head. I know he means well, but I'm just guessing the Van Allen belt will keep him out. I don't know. I can't know. No, I can't assume he's gone, only that he's not an immediate threat. I'm sorry, Luke, I just can't. He told me he would find me, and one day I would be in my chair, and then he would win. He would win because he would be me. Do you understand? He shakes his head, taking off his hat and running his free hand through his hair. He drops the object from his hand into his hat.
Amelia, wow. I can only imagine how terrifying that had to be. I wish you had told me sooner. We don't have to go out at all. In time, you'll get over this, and...
I desperately don't want to cry, but I don't get what I want every time. No, not over time, not ever. Luke, through me, he would wield terrible power. I can safeguard everything. I can safeguard my tech, Epic, even you and Kate. But I can't safeguard my own mind. What if he takes me over and he knows everything I know, everything I've fought for, everything I've sacrificed for? It would be for nothing.
Amelia, you're over...
Don't you dare say I'm overreacting, I snarl.
No, just overthinking. You do that, you know?
I do. I know I do. But this is endgame level stuff. One mistake and I'm done. Luke, I need you to promise me something.
Anything, babe.
I close my eyes because I know he will say no. If we go out one day and someone dies next to me, in my arms or on my chair, You have to kill me. You can't let him win, Luke. You can't. I will gladly trade my life if it means he loses. Promise me that, and I will leave my lab without Kate or my suit. But that is the only way I could ever feel safe. I can see him. It isn't fair that I can see him and he can't see me. I'm just barely holding back the tears.
God, Amelia, how can you ask that of me? I love you. What if you're wrong? What if an accident happens? Not only would you be asking me to kill you, you would be asking me to kill myself. I'd go to jail and... Oh,
he's not dumb. He just plays one on TV.
That's the point, then. Keep him in jail. Kill you, and he becomes me. He couldn't just transfer to someone else because of my power.
He collapses his face into his hands, dropping the cowboy hat to the floor. I see what he had in his pocket. A velvet box, just large enough for a single ring, bounces out and clatters against the floor. My heart catches in my throat, and I suddenly understand why that date was so important. He was going to ask me to marry him.
I can't, Amelia, he says with a thick voice. Ask me anything but this.
It is the only thing I need, Luke. And if you can't give it to me, I can't continue. I'm sorry. I cut the line before the full-on sobs take over. Epic usurps control of the suit and guides us down from orbit.
I am sorry, Amelia.
I still don't have a way to dry my tears, damn it! I try to focus on that as we return home, and not the sea of despair experiencing a high tide in my heart. 18. I watch her progress on the monitor. It's surreal seeing her in a wheelchair. Epic had a camera on her from the moment she woke up. I have to hand it to Teddy. He's a miracle worker. Kate has pink skin, as fresh as if she stepped out of the shower after a microdermabrasion. Her hair is even growing back. Right now, she just has a short black scalp cap, but considering 3 days ago the doctors could see her skull bone, that's pretty good. I'm excited to have my friend back, especially since I've spent the last 3 days making her a present, and it had nothing at all to do with me trying to keep my mind off Luke. I gave the team the week off. They earned it. Currently, I have every satellite we have access to scanning space, looking for the next wave. No luck yet. Space is really freaking big. She's in the elevator now, making her way down here. Teddy went upstairs to visit his wife. The poor guy. I told him he could visit her every day, and he hasn't seen her in a week. No change of her status. She's still in a coma. I consulted with a few specialists, and they tell me there's nothing to be done. Traumatic brain injury is tricky. Then add in her level of invulnerability. They can't go in and do anything without using a laser, and that would do more harm than good. If she's going to wake up, she'll have to do it on her own.
You have a message from Monica. Would you like it on screen?
Sure. I wheel around to face the elevator, resting my head in my hands. Mom and Dad say you're one of the family now. Nothing to be done about it. You're invited to every holiday ever, and even a few they want to make up just for you. Thank you for giving me my life back. My throat tightens from the sudden rush of emotion flooding me. I'm glad her parents are happy. Since she got her body back, her demeanor has changed too. She's a lot more cheerful than when we first met. I take a second to wipe my eyes. The doors open and Kate stands there, empty wheelchair in front of her and a big smile on her face. "No fair!" I yell. "Get used to it, Amelia. You're the only person who gets special treatment around here." She leaves the chair behind her as she comes in. She's thinner than I remember, a little haggard, but she's walking and isn't wearing any bandages I can see. Even in this state, she's stunning. Her clothes are a little big, though. "What's with heroin chic?" She glances down and gives me a weak smile. "I'm still recovering. Can I sit?" I point to the large captain's chair I have in the corner for when Luke... I wince. She glances at me, one delicate eyebrow going high. "You've got a lot to tell me, I see. 4 days in the hospital and everything changes. Not everything. I still have no idea how to beat the bad guys. You'll figure it out. I have something for you. I roll over to the vault where I keep her present. Inside, I pull out 2 blades, just 18 inches long, short swords, really. They have leather sheaths because she can't have a naked blade dangling on her back. It was tricky, making a ZPFM small enough to fit in the hilt of these swords, but I did it. Each one is a miniature of mine. Monomolecular edge and near indestructible. The kinetic field emitters in them only increase their weight about 10-fold. I made the sheaves of leather, but lined the cutting edge with my special metal in small sections so they would stay somewhat flexible. Amelia. She takes them from me, unsheathing them with a few practice swings. They're beautiful. You do so well with mine, I figured you needed some of your own. However, my sword is too long for you to carry normally. These you can fasten on your thigh or back and draw them when you need them. You do know how to buy a girl bling, she says, ending with a whistle. Thank you. You're going to need them if we go up against any more drones. Now, Amelia, spill. I freeze. It is eerie how she can do that. Fine, I mutter. I grab a pair of Cokes from the fridge and hand her one and open the other. She looks like she could use the calories. I take a long pull, a deep breath, and I tell her everything. From the first argument to what happened with Pythia, to me breaking up with him. It all comes out in one giant sentence, and when I'm done I can barely breathe. She shakes her head. Amelia, there is a place somewhere between never leaving your lab and Luke murdering you. You know that, right? You're a smart girl. I'm sure you can figure something out. I shake my head. If there's one thing I've learned over the last few days, it's that I can't account for everything. I just can't risk it. A new tear rolls down my cheek. While I spoke, Kate finished off her soda and knelt in front of me, hand on my chin. Her touch always lifted my spirits. She has that effect on everyone. Amelia, Luke loves you. He was going to ask you to marry him. Clear your head and go talk to him. Before it really is too late. I nod. I will. We need to tie up these loose ends, and then I will. What loose ends? You remember the chief scientist of Cat 7, Pedrick Madahall? She does a full body shiver just thinking about him. I break contact with her and roll over to my computer, punching a few keys to pull up the video from the day of the attack. I'm glad for the excuse to change the subject. Yeah, emotionless, cold. It wasn't that I couldn't read him. What I got back was just hate. I'm surprised you could read him at all, considering he's an alien. Kate's eyes go wide for a moment. No way. I nod. Yes way. Epic, play the footage from the crowd. Start when I first see him. After she finishes watching the whole thing, she shakes her head. That doesn't prove he's an alien, just that he knew about the attack. Not enough for us to arrest him, but at least we know. I'm not planning on arresting him. Amelia, you're not planning on another run-in with the law again? She looks at me with those green eyes slightly out of focus, the way she gets when she's reading me. No, of course not. Amelia? Seriously. Besides, he is an alien. I can promise you that. His vitals are statistically impossible. It is like someone sampled every vital ever and then created an exact average. I promise you, Kate, that man is an alien. Now we just need to find him. The protesters don't know? I shake my head. I had O'Brien from security surreptitiously check them out. They were organized and funded by a third party. No one knows who paid for it all. They were happy to be here when they thought they might make the news. As soon as housekeeping brought out the food and drinks, and even invited them in to stay the night, things got decidedly less interesting for them. They left a few days ago. Madahall, though, he left a few minutes after I did. I've got Epic looking for him. If he surfaces, we'll find him, and when we do, I get some answers. I don't like the tone of your emotions, Amelia. Try not to lose yourself on this quest. No matter what I do, I still don't get to have my parents back, Kate. I can take out the aliens, blow away Matahall, but at the end of the day, I failed. I have to live with that. Doesn't mean I'm not going to make everyone responsible for it pay with me. Pay with me. Pay with me. 19. Epic, try cycling the power at 1.21 gigawatts. Cycling. The power flows along the superconductor I've attached to the suit's internal mechanism. I noticed when I fired the mass driver in Seattle that the power transfer loss was far higher than I calculated. Not to mention I used too much. Way too much. I was only a few kilojoules from killing myself. I'm trying to find out why. Having unlimited power is only useful if I can transfer it from one location to another. I also need to rethink shooting 50 tungsten ball bearings at once. The devastation the concussive force caused was a little much. Maybe one ball, much, much slower. If I fire one at a time and give the barrel more time to cool down, I could conceivably fire on the go, or at least not have to brace so much. The sudden spike of recoil is more than the kinetic manipulators can handle without a little help. However, if I moved a few things around... Pop! Amelia! I scream. Honest to God, scream, dropping the tablet I'm using to process the real-time data. The tablet clatters against the tile floor to come to a rest. It's only matched by the thudding of my heart. I hope the screen isn't broken. I'm sorry, hun. I wouldn't have teleported in if it wasn't important. I didn't mean to startle you, Kate says. Can you grab that for me? I point to the tablet, still trying to get my breathing under control. I normally wouldn't be, but I was focusing pretty hard. I take a look at her as she hands me the computer. In the 10 days since she came out of the hospital, she almost looks normal. Her skin is a shiny, healthy pink, and her eyebrows grew back. Even her hair is 5 inches long. It would take me a couple of months to grow 5 inches of hair. How come you don't have the news on? She asks me. The tablet's fine, thank goodness. I hit the backup button and put it on the table. I'm working on something delicate, so I put on the Do Not Disturb function for Epic. I don't know what could possibly be important enough for her to teleport down here instead of texting. Epic, turn on the news, she says. Which station? It doesn't matter. The resignation in her voice worries the crud out of me. The UHD TV on the far wall flares to life. I don't believe my eyes. Has anyone else seen this? I ask. Amelia, the whole world has seen it. They've been playing it for the last 20 minutes non-stop. The image resets to Florida, where a drone landed about an hour ago. I didn't know about the drone landing. This one has 8 massive legs and a spider-like body. The arch of each leg is 100 feet high. A pair of fighter jets engage it, and the drone launches missiles at them, blowing the multi-million-dollar planes out of the sky. We need to get the team together. We can be there in 20... Kate holds her hand up and points to the TV. Keep watching. The Spider-Bot heads for its pre-programmed target, yet another power station. Why did the aliens want to wipe out our power infrastructure? Other than the obvious reasons. They've got the tech to come here. Why does it matter if we have electricity? Matahall might know something, which is all the more reason to catch him. The sky darkens as we watch, and a flaming meteorite burns down from space to crash into the ground with a camera-shaking explosion. The shockwave from the impact spreads out in a circle, picking up debris and dust. The wall of force takes 30 seconds to reach the camera, blowing the man off his feet and knocking the lens back till it pointed to the sky. What was that? Just wait, Kate replies. The cameraman manages to regain his feet and zoom back in on the action. The dust clears, revealing a figure climbing out of the crater. Oh, no. Behemoth, I whisper. She's alive, clearly. But it's been months. Does she not need any air, or food and water? She proceeds to wail on the spider drone until it's nothing more than a flaming pile of wreckage, ripping it apart piece by piece. The last shot is her climbing out of the flames, covered in the goo they use to lubricate their vehicles. The camera shifts, and she's sitting in an ambulance, the poor vehicle's suspension obviously under stress from her presence. The grimace on her face speaks to pain, which I didn't think she felt.
Behemoth?
A reporter frantically waves their hand at the former superhero.
Are you going to be surrendering yourself?
There's honest sorrow in her eyes as she speaks.
I regret the actions I was forced to take while under mind control, but I still did them. I intend to accept...
I throw the closest thing I can find at the TV, which is a wrench. The metal crashes into the screen in a shower of sparks and falling glass. I scream again, long and loud. Frustration bubbles up, and I have nowhere to put it. So I scream again. Amelia, it will be okay, hun. It will be okay. I shake my head. She killed Sydney, and now on national TV she's claiming she was mind-controlled. Captain Freedom was mind-controlled, as was everyone else on his team except Behemoth and Mariposa. In fact, most of the telepaths we identified as working for Erickson vanished. I assumed they went underground, which is why I have my pendant, a near copy of Kate's, on me at all times. It wouldn't stop Erickson's body transfer, but it should stop anyone from messing with my mind. Just another reason to never leave the lab outside of my suit. Not ever again. What else did she say? I ask her when I can speak again. You don't want to watch it? I shake my head. Frustration has turned to anger, and I don't want to trash another TV. Kate touches my shoulder, and warm, comforting thoughts flow through me like a drug. Muscles unclench, and my heart rate slows. I can think again. She says that she will accept any judgment the government sees fit to place on her. She hopes that she can be of use during this alien crisis, and that she is at our disposal. Pretty much what you would expect. She told me, Kate, when we were fighting at the old HQ. She told me she wasn't mind-controlled, and... What? Teddy, his wife is in a coma because of her. If he finds out... Go! She nods and vanishes in a pop of displaced air, leaving me alone with my thoughts. She killed Sydney. She killed a lot of people. How the hell did she survive in space for that long? If she can do that, then nothing can kill her. Not my new armor, maybe not even my mass driver. Sydney's spear, or I guess the Protector's spear, hurt her. But was it because he thrust it into her? Or because of the spear's otherworld nature? I can't bring myself to say magic nature. That's too much. I rub my temples, trying to suppress the headache I know is coming. Aliens invading. Aliens here. Luke hates me, and now Behemoth. What next? I should never ask that. Ask that. Ask that. 20. With all the alien drones, Behemoth's return, my parents, and my issues with Luke weighing on my mind, it came as a pleasant surprise to have the DOJ call us and request our team as a backup for a prisoner transfer. Right up until I found out that prisoner was Behemoth. They are moving her from Florida to D.C. for testimony, and they're worried she might have allies waiting to bust her out. If she's lying, which is almost a guarantee. The Southeast team is handling the perimeter, while a couple of superpowered agents the DOJ still has are on the convoy itself. Me? My dumb butt is in the van with her. 6 feet 6 inches of seething hate, and all of it directed at me. I'm not alone. Kate is in there with me, all decked out to the nines in her new costume. Semi-rigid plates of my armor protect her vitals. She has her swords, of course, and all her other weapons. I have to admit, the black and red motif she has going really works, especially since she dyed a lock of her hair red to match. I can't get over how fast her hair has grown. Black wavy locks graze her shoulders now, and I would be hard-pressed to tell she'd ever been hurt. Stupidly, Behemoth is in chains, as if they could remotely stop her. Decked out in prison orange, she sits quietly on the far side of the armored carrier. I'm at the rear end, and Kate is in the front. Epic has every active and passive scanner max. He's also monitoring all radio and cell traffic, plus all the traffic cams for good measure. She has her sleeves rolled up, and I notice a scar on her arm. One clean line, 6 inches long. Good to know my sword left a mark.
You're not going to ask me how I survived? She asks. The suddenness of her voice startles me. Luckily, the armor keeps me from showing my hand. Kate glances my way, giving a slight nod, letting me know she's reading her emotions. You're indestructible or something? I don't really care. I never wanted to kill you anyway. Part of me is even glad you're still alive. I have to admit, that's the truth. I regret ever having to kill anyone. It changed something in me, and I'm not sure I liked what it changed. I said they made their own bed, and they did, but still. How commendable of you. I tried for months to get back down here. I had to time my jump just so. Even thought of you and your big brain when I did it. It took me a while to figure out the movement of the Earth and the Moon so I didn't fling myself into open space. That would have sucked. Yay for you, Orbital Mechanics 101, how to escape being stranded on the moon. She nods, agreeing with me and ignoring the sarcasm. Her hands flex, tightening and loosening. Kate shifts uncomfortably. If Behemoth planned on attacking me, Kate would have us out of here in a heartbeat. You need me, she says, looking at my faceplate. I can kill those drones. Nothing can stand before me. I snarl. Not even the Protector? I know, I was there. She nods. That was unfortunate. I liked Sydney. We even dated once. That surprised both of us. Kate raised one delicate eyebrow. Not a lot of guys can. It's easy to hurt someone when you're as strong as I am. Sid, well, he was pretty tough. Yeah, I bet. What is it you want, Karen? I use her real name for impact. Not everyone has it so good as your pretty friend here, she snarls. Some of us can barely control our powers. Some of us are filled with rage over the things that happen to us. Erickson showed me what was coming. He showed me the future. He gave me the chance to do something about it. Well, he's dead and you're alive. So use me. Let me do something other than rot in jail. Rot in jail? Just because I don't want to kill you doesn't mean I think you should live after what you did. The Protector was the best of humanity. He was the ideal. You murdered him. If the government comes to me and asks me to invent something to execute you, believe me, I will. Incoming. Kate vanishes a heartbeat before the transport explodes. Burning napalm sticks to my armor like glue, obscuring everything around me. Epic, I can't see. The visor darkens until only the HUD is visible. Epic brings up a wireframe representation of the burning wreckage. I check the driver. Dead. Damn it. Anything we can do about the napalm on the suit? Negative. It will burn until the fuel has expended. I recommend not giving anyone hugs. Right. Locate Behemoth. I do a complete 360 to take stock of our surroundings. The team is clearing the area of civilians, and Monica is already dousing the flames from the explosion. Kate, you okay? Yes. Epic warned me just in time. Thank you, by the way. You are welcome. Where's Behemoth? I don't see her anywhere. It would help if I wasn't on fire. I cannot see her on my sensors. Glacier, can you absorb the heat of a flame? Yeah, give me a sec. I'm trying to keep this shop from catching fire. We're in a bad spot to fight back. Thankfully, no one engaged us other than with a single missile. One incapable of killing Behemoth, but more than lethal enough for anyone else. Coming to you. I blast off and fly up to take another look around for our prisoner. Nothing. I land a few feet away from our teenage ice princess. Here goes nothing, she says, holding her hands out to me. The air temp drops alarmingly fast. The flames bend toward her, seeking her out as if they were alive. Within a minute, the ambient temperature goes from 91 all the way down to 15. It's a lot of heat. I'm not sure I can get all of it. Frost covers her. The ground freezes at her feet as ice forms around her. Got it! She exclaims, dropping her hands and letting out an icy breath. Might have been easier in elemental form, but there you go. The visor clears and I can see again. She got it all. Thank you. Fleet? Yes? Do a perimeter search for Behemoth. She's vanished, and I want you to look for anything suspicious up to a mile out. On it. Epic? Anything? I admit to being confused.
She is not in the immediate vicinity. Checking further out. Unless she can teleport, I do not understand how she could disappear so thoroughly. Kate appears near me, swords at the ready. I can't feel her anywhere. Not that I have a ton of range.
Just the one missile?
Tessa asks. The escort vehicles the team rode in were fine. No damage, not even gunfire. Fleet slides to a stop before us, skidding in the dirt and leaving a little trail of dust from where he came. Nothing, Arsenal. No trucks big enough to carry her. No underground tunnels I could find the entrance to. She's just gone. I glance at Kate before taking one last look around. She raises an eyebrow at me. Now, who do we know with teleportation tech? 21. If I had to guess, I would say Matahall still has access to a quantum teleporter, I tell the assembled team. This is both good and bad. We're back at HQ, hanging in the Enterprise conference room. It's late in the day, but I wanted to go over what we know while it's still fresh. Plus, Kate called in some favors and got us a couple of large pies from Bianco's.
And you're saying that this Matahari,
Tessa began.
Matahall guy is an alien who was working for Cat-7 as their chief scientist?
Pretty much. From what I put together, he infiltrated Cat-7 in order to hold them back. I thought Erickson had been the one who had their tech self-destruct after they were exposed, but I'm starting to think it was Matahall. What better way to lull someone into a false sense of security than to give them all this tech to fight aliens, only to have it stop working the moment they arrive? Anything based on Cat-7 tech would be as useful as a paper shelter in a firestorm. Heads nod around the room in understanding. We're in hour 2 of trying to figure out what to do next. Normally, I'd just sit in my lab and ponder until a solution presented itself. But Pythia said I needed to not be me. This is me trying to include others in the chase. Kate waves to get my attention. Epic hasn't had any luck locating him with cameras? There are only so many accessible cameras in the United States. I estimate only 7% of the land mass of North America is under direct surveillance. And your satellite? She adds. It's just one satellite.
You own a satellite?
Monica's expression is priceless. Well, Mars Tech Global owns it. Technically. She shakes her head.
I want a raise.
Wait, we get paid? Tessa asks mockingly. Focus, Kate interrupts before things get too out of hand. I'm smiling, though. I was worried the team wouldn't come together like this. But now? They're doing great. Fleet holds up his hand. Of course, he stuffs a slice of pepperoni in his mouth the moment he does. We have to wait the 20 awkward seconds for him to finish eating before he speaks up. What about Cat-7 facilities? We've checked them. The government raided all of their buildings, offices, warehouses, anything and everything they could find. Epic, put up all their properties on the screen, please. A long, long list of properties appear. Epic has the database Shai-Hulud downloaded. Everything Cat-7 had on the books and everything they kept off the books in the Cabal. It's all there. Fleet walks around to the front of the table to stand in front of the monitor, scanning the list as it scrolls by. It still surprises me when he moves at normal speed. Monica, when you first manifested, you said they flew you to a facility up north, right? In Canada? She nods.
Yeah, they thought I would need to be in a colder environment. That's where we found out I could freeze in place.
She shivers just thinking about it, and I can't blame her. Eternity as a statue isn't on my bucket list. It's not here, Fleet says. When I was in training, I was with a weather manipulator, and she told me the same thing. A facility up in Whitehorse or someplace like that. Epic immediately puts a map of Canada on the other monitor, cross-referencing every facility he knows they have north of the border. I can find no mention of a facility owned by Cat-7 in Whitehorse. It is not exactly a densely populated province. The total population is only 25,000. Is it possible they didn't own it? Kate asks. What do you mean? I reply. What if the research facility was third party? Some other company or whatever owned by someone else? Epic, check for any large facilities in Whitehorse. Canada isn't very big, there can't be many. Then flash us pictures. If Monica can identify it.
I can. That was 3 months of hell.
Then we should... Before Kate has finished speaking, my wonderful AI has pictures of buildings flashing on the screen.
That one!
Monica leaps out of her seat, pointing at a 4-story building that looks about 100 years old. Whitehorse itself is a barely there town on the edge of a river. It actually looks like it was built in the bed of a much larger river. Scary place to live. And cold.
No wonder we missed it. The place looks like a haunted house,
Tessa mutters. Epic, start surveillance. Fleet, it was your idea. You want to go up north and take a look around? He grins.
Of course I do.
He vanishes in a blur of speed and flying paper as the door slams open and he's gone. How far will he get before he realizes it's cold up there? Kate asks with a smirk. Tessa, take the M-Jet and go back him up. Also, yeah, take him a coat. She grins, throwing me a mock salute before heading out.
Well, this has all been interesting, but if there is nothing else...
I know what Teddy wants. He missed several days with his wife, and Kate tells me he feels guilty about it. Add in we're looking for the person who did this to her. He's under a lot of stress. Of course, I say with a wave and a smile.
I've got homework to get to now that I'm back in school.
Monica stands and stretches before heading for the door.
My parents want to have you over for dinner, and soon.
Once she's gone, it just leaves Kate and me. Say it. She's had the I'm going to tell you something for your own good look on her face the whole day. He left, you know. I own the building. Of course I know. Luke left me a message saying he was going home and that it was too painful for him to be around me. She told me to talk to him before it was too late, and I didn't. Now he's gone. It's not too late. I think it is. Besides, Kate, Behemoth, who we thought for sure was dead, is alive. You can't know he's not out there, waiting for me to slip up, waiting to... I'm shaking, so bad I can't even hold the cup of water I was drinking. I put it down before it falls and bury my head in my hands. It's okay, Amelia. It's okay.
Is it? Will it ever be again?
My voice is muffled from talking into my hands.
He took everything from me, Kate, and he still is. My parents, my life, now Luke. It hurts so much I want to scream, but there's nothing I can do about it, and that makes it worse. Normally, her presence is reassuring, but it isn't working. Her patting my back and telling me everything would be okay only works for so long. Slowly, without me even realizing it, I've put myself in prison. A prison of my own mind. And I never gave up hope that my parents were still alive, but I've given up hope that I'll ever have them again. That's when the tears start. Tears start. Tears start. 22. My instinct is just to go in and blast the place up, which I fully intend to do as soon as the Canadian government gives us the okay. This new age of heroes where we get to cross the border is exciting, but it also means waiting for bureaucrats to do a job they don't want to do. It helps to have a little AI assistance, but time is still on their side. Fleet, anything? I ask. I'm up at 10,000 feet, clear of the air traffic control paths, with my most powerful camera focused on the building. The rest of the team, minus Teddy, is on the ground.
Negative. No movement.
I saw a dude step out for a smoke a few minutes ago, Tessa adds. They're in there.
The walls of the building are lined with thermal-resistant paint, and they clearly have a Faraday cage of some kind since Epic can't find a wireless network to hook into. Despite its decrepit appearance, it's high-tech. If Behemoth is in there, do we have a plan for dealing with her? Kate asks. I do, but I don't want to. She seemed somewhat reasonable the other day. Though I don't buy her story about being mind-controlled for a second. She's the one who told me she wasn't being controlled. What if I'm wrong? I growl in my helmet. Pythia, you can only win by not being you. Now I can't help but wonder, what is me? Is stopping Behemoth me? Or letting her work with me? Do I even know? I sigh. Part of the problem is I don't. Not really. Worst case, I can use my SDF-1 on her. The gun you used in Seattle? Yes. You think it will work? Amelia, God, you're an idiot sometimes. Yes? I only ask because your sword is supposed to cut through anything. I shake my head in wonder. I need people, especially Kate. She has a way of looking at things I don't. Can't. Well, worst case, maybe you can try your whammy on her and we can calm her down. She doesn't respond, but I do see her pop from one building to another. Everyone is wearing a thick coat and snow pants up here. Winter in Canada is friggin' cold. If it weren't for the fact that my armor can keep me alive in outer space, I'd be a meat popsicle right now. We are cleared to go. The Canadian super team, Maple Leaf, is on the way. The government would like to remind us we have no law enforcement authority here, and our jurisdiction is the one building. Okay, people, we're a go. Be ready. I bank and roll, flying right toward the center of the roof. Stealth is good and all, but sometimes a point needs to be made. Max shields. The power level on the shields lights up a second before I slam into the roof at 100 miles an hour. The wooden structure caves in an explosion of beams and splinters. My momentum carries me through all the top floors to slam against the concrete slab of the ground floor. Shields hold steady as I rise and ready my weapon systems. Now that we're in the building, ECM is going crazy. The dark interior lights up with the staccato roar of machine gun fire. Flashes of light paint the room in brilliant strobes of motion. Bullets freeze inches from impact, their kinetic energy stolen by my shields. The clink of brass hitting the concrete floor is echoed by the bullets themselves. 9mm rounds fired at 1,200 feet per second. Low light, I order. The darkness recedes so I can see the room with just the light from the guns and the hole above me. Some kind of entryway with a reception desk and couches. Totally normal, except for the machine gun fire raining down from the hidden gun ports. Turrets? 4 quick zaps with the kinetic lance leave the guns in shambles, their parts strewn about the room. They have to know that won't work on me. No, but anyone else on the team could have succumbed. True that. Everyone hold back for a moment. They're playing for keeps. Kate? Here. Make sure no one escapes the building. She confirms while I search for the secret entrance. Let's use echolocation. I bet they've lived the walls for infrared, but the materials they use will have a different vibration. Sound pulse in 3, 2... The external speakers I use reconfigure to emit a ping, not unlike a submarine. Epic's advanced algorithms trace the sound in 3 dimensions. The sound echoes off of stone, wood, fabric, and metal in completely different ways. Enter the room to your left and hold. I follow his instructions, and as soon as I'm in the room, another ping emits from the suit. There, right wall, behind the painting of Admiral John Paul Jones. The caption says, I have not yet begun to fight. How fitting. Is it an original? No. Good. I reach for my sword, pulling the long black blade out of its kinetic sheath. I love this thing. Tally-ho! I yell, bringing the blade down. It slices through the painting and the wall behind it. 3 more strokes and the wall crumbles behind it, revealing an elevator shaft. That's a long way down. Range-finding laser shoots down the hole as I look, and end up leveling off at 1,000 feet. Do you want to bring in the rest of the team? I'd like to, but worry gnaws at me. Who knows what's down there? Gas? More bullets? Domino, the building is empty. I've found an elevator shaft that goes way down. Let the Canadians have the building when they get here, and then you all retreat to the M-Jet. Be ready. If I call, start teleporting everyone to me. Fantastic. Call the moment you need us, Amelia. You don't have to do this alone. I know, and I will. As soon as it's safe. Here goes nothing. I step out into the darkness. It's funny how much falling isn't like flying. Not really funny. Let's see how far this rabbit hole goes. Rabbit hole goes. Rabbit hole. 23. Turns out, pretty darn far. The floor rushes up at 177 feet per second. Epic hits the M drive in time to slow us down enough. I only flex my knees a little when we hit. I feel the thud on my back. The sword makes short work of the elevator door, slashing apart in a shower of sparks. I slide it back into its sheath, freeing my hands to wrench the doors open. The base down here reminds me a lot of the one in Portland. Bright lights, bland paint on the walls, and, of course, a half-dozen warbots pointing plasma cannons at me. I dodge back behind the shaft wall a half-second before the green balls of superheated gas vaporize the doors. The resulting explosion pelts me in fire and debris. Epic! HE grenades! Auto-fire! I know from experience they have a cycle rate to their plasma guns, and if I time it right, I can take advantage of that. When the last ball explodes, I leap across the much wider hole in an M-drive-assisted move. The puff-puff of my launcher signals a second before I slam into the far wall, still shielded by the shaft. 2 far more conventional explosions rip through the hallway. Particle beam! Safety's off! I roll out, arm up, wrist down, firing as fast as I can trigger the beam. Blue silicate rips through the remaining warbots, cascading them in their own secondary explosions. When the dust clears, the hull is a scorched pile of parts. Bring the active sensors to full, but don't fry anyone with it. Roger. We need a panel to access, some way to infiltrate their internal network. I mentally kick myself for not thinking of all this sooner. Madahall is an alien. He infiltrated Cat-7 and the Cabal. Of course he would have a base off the books. The only question is, when I find Behemoth, is she going to be with us or against us? Do you think the new improvements to the superconductor will hold if we have to use the SDF-1 again? I thought they would hold last time. Good point. The whole theoretical versus practical we keep running into. Ideally, we would test it before implementing such a drastic change in the field. Yeah, I'm too impatient for that. Don't you know my generation only has an 8-second attention span? Says the woman who has lost 8 hours playing Halo. Touché. I should program you to lose our arguments every once in a while. Then you would have an ego problem, which you obviously do not right now. I growl at him and let it go. Confidence is one of my merits. It just isn't always justified. We come around the corner and find ourselves face to face with a security checkpoint, several uniformed guards, and a half-dozen more warbots. Great. They open fire the second they see me. Epic blasts us backward, using the M-drive. I stumble, trying to keep my footing while the hall in front of me explodes in green fire. The wall to our right leads to bedrock. They're just carving a new hole, and I've nowhere to go. I don't want to kill them, Epic. Calculating probabilities. Anything that takes out the warbots will set off secondaries. I need to draw them out and tag the humans with the IP cannons. Unless they are wearing the vests that make them immune. Then AG pods, but I don't want to kill anyone unless I have to. Understood? Understood. Ooh, I just had a really good idea. I glance at the wall next to me, placing my palm flat against it. Sonic pulse. What's on the other side? A large open room with crates in the middle. Epic, time to go full electronic warfare. Jam everything. Panels on my shoulder slide open, ejecting 2 canisters of potassium chlorate and aluminum-coated fiberglass shrouded in purple paint. The hallway fills with thermal and visual blocking smoke. Epic switches on the electronic warfare suite, filling the area with so much electronic noise it would take a nuclear reactor to sort it out. Sorry about the cancer, folks, I mutter. The particle beam makes short work of the wall, and I crash through it. Smoke pours through the hole I make, concealing me. HE behind me! I dodge out of the way as he sends a grenade back the way I came. The explosion should deafen and stun anyone in the vicinity. The door leading back out to the hall should put me behind them. With a deep breath, I force it open and leap out. IP cannons roar, filling the hallway with pulsing blue light. Wide-angle energy fills the hall in a cone as the emitters go to rapid cycle. Momentum takes me into the far wall, and I'm already moving back as I bathe them in energy. The guards go down in spasms as their nervous systems are overridden. The warbots had already advanced down the hall into the smoke, and they take a second to reacquire me as a target. Full burn! Let's roll! I hit the M-drive and fly down the hall, and as soon as we're far enough, I roll on my back and bring the particle beam across the ceiling. A half-ton of rock and dust crashes through the roof, filling the hall behind me. We land with a thump in front of what I hope is the last security door. This one has a panel. I hold my hand out to it and stop just before touching. Epic, They had an AI in the space station. Yes, however, we used overrides on local control, engaging the locking mechanism manually and not using the security protocols. I know, it's just the drones they send down learn. I swear that one in Denver was purposefully keeping me from using the mass driver. If that's the case, then it stands to reason they would know the trick we used in the space station and be ready for it. Which leaves us how to get through the door. I put my hand against the cool metal. Metals, minerals, and materials used to create it flash up on the screen, showing me exactly what it is made of. All except 15% Epic can't identify. It stands to reason the aliens would have to use terrestrial resources to manufacture any tech they wanted to have here, beyond the limited amount an advanced scout could bring with them. Like my armor, they've found new ways to put things together. Not really an alien material, just an incredibly advanced Earth one. Correct? I could burn through it with the particle beam, but it would take a while. I glance at the controls. I could Luke Skywalker it and blast them. I like that plan. The particle beam whines, burning through the controls. Sparks explode outward, showering the suit in white-hot embers that fall uselessly to the floor. The door doesn't open. Fine. Sword out, I set the kinetic field to maximum, and I bring the blade down on the thick door. Metal shears like paper when the one-molecule-thick diamond edge hits. A few more swings, and I've cut a V-shaped hole through it. Squeezing through, I feel the armor slide against metal as jagged pieces screech from contact. I'm out of breath when I'm finally on the other side. I think this is what we have been looking for. I'll say, "Wow, is this the alien ship?" The cocoon-shaped object is a few 100 feet long, with a hull like carved rock. I don't see any engine ports or gun holes, but a thin band of colored metal around the middle separates the top and bottom, as if they put two clamshells made of rock together and glued them to each other with an artificial hull. The only reason I know it's a ship is the fact that it hovers 5 feet off the ground. The only thing touching the floor is a boarding ramp. Doors on the far right open, freeing me from shock. Hall walks through wearing a lab coat, while several people in doctors' suits push a hovering gurney with a strapped-down behemoth laid out, prostrate and unconscious. That does not bode well. My brain explodes with the possibilities of having Behemoth in alien custody against her will. Their tech is far more advanced than ours. It stands to reason they could figure out a way to replicate powers, and an army of behemoths would be unbeatable. Safety's off. We can't let them get her on board. No kill? I hate to do it, but this is future of mankind stuff. Rescinded.
Damn it, woman! You don't know what you're interfering with! Hall screams. Get the subject on board. I'll handle her.
You'll handle me? You're a creep in a lab coat? One who's not going anywhere? An M-drive-assisted jump puts me between them and the ship. The grenade launcher barks to life, spitting out AG pods at the people pushing Behemoth. Hall slaps his hands together. His entire visage shifts. Whatever tech disguised his appearance vanishes, leaving his true form. I believe the word you're looking for is crap. Right, that's the word I want. Hall is gone, replaced by an 8-foot gorilla-looking alien with no fur, a flat face, and power armor. And he's fast. His fist hits me hard enough to knock the suit back against the wall. The kinetic shields keep me from hurting, but he can still wallop us. I dodge the second punch. The wall spiderwebs where he hits. I blast away at him with the IP cannons. I figure they won't have an effect, but better to start small. The ion pulses wash off of him, dissipating in the ground. Annoying.
I've had almost a year to study your tech, Amelia.
His voice is somewhere between a barking dog and a dolphin. Weird.
You're smart for a human.
I fire off an HE grenade. He slaps it out of the air before it can arm, sending it to explode harmlessly against the wall. He's not fleet fast, but he's fast. I take off, but he grabs my boot and slams me face first into the ground, jarring my teeth. Kinetic lance! I roll over. The lance fires off, smashing his cheek and sending him spinning. At least he can't defend against that. 10 seconds to recharge. Particle beams! I have him bracketed as he crawls back up, green ichor flowing from his, nose, I guess. I fire. The beam hits his armor dead center and refracts off in a brilliant but useless light show.
Like I said, I've studied you.
He whips out 2 pistols in lightning-fast fashion and opens fire. Epic kicks in the M-drive, shooting me into the air. At least this landing bay has room to maneuver. I take a second to get the lay of the land. The gurney is still gliding toward the ship, either on autopilot or because of momentum. Clearly, I can't take this guy alone. Epic, open a channel to Kate. I dodge another bolt from his plasma cannon while returning fire with the lance. Invisible force strikes the ground in front of him, exploding the concrete floor. I can't connect to the team. Try your empathic link with her. Oh, right. If I can jam them, they can jam me. I bank hard, putting the ship between us. Try and see if we can disable the ship. Kate? Nothing. Usually I can feel her if she's looking for me. I try again, screaming as loud in my head as I can. Kate! Epic, they're jamming her somehow. Probably the same way you do.
Are you trying to reach your little friend, Amelia? You have only yourself to blame for that. Imagine my surprise when your ECM gadget worked on Erickson. You are clever, but only human. I am Tha'un, and we live to conquer.
The lance works good against him, but it won't stop him, and it takes too long to recharge. But I draw the sword and hit the ground in a slide that carries me out from behind the ship. Brackets pass over him, and Epic fires the lance. The beam catches him in the legs. He hits the ground face first, and I'm over him as fast as I can move. The blade arcs through the air. I'm not fast enough. Sparks and concrete fly from where it hits the ground. He backhands me across the room. I slide on the ground for 30 feet before I come to a stop. He's already in the air, flying toward me. Grenades! Rapid fire! The puff-puff of the launcher fires, followed by 3 explosions and the last of my AG pods. He's blown backward through the air. The AG pods catch him, and momentum carries him across the room to slam to a stop against the wall. I shake off the effects of his punch and shakily stand. You have re-injured your ribs and have several contusions on your legs? Thanks. I don't have long. He's already shorting out the pods with some kind of power surge. If Behemoth makes it onto the ship, I lift my arm to point at her. I could flip over to the mass driver and incinerate her. Maybe, but I told her they were going to kill millions on the hope of saving humanity. I won't do the same. The ship, though. I smile. We need to get on board the ship. I launch into the air, flying right at Madahall. He falls from the wall, landing in a crouch and bracing himself for impact. I veer hard enough to make my stomach double flip and fly right up the landing ramp into the inside of the ship. I crash in a heap at the end of the hall. Epic, charge the EMP! Powers may follow their own laws of physics, but this is a spaceship. Rules are rules. It may be shielded from the outside. It would have to be. But from the inside? I just have no idea which way to go. Madahall's roar of anger reaches me, and I move. I guess it doesn't matter which way I go. The EMP hits 50% as I fly toward the aft of the ship. Particle beam! I slice open a wall to no avail. Everything looks like the next. No doors or signs. Do they see in a different spectrum than I do? Epic, a little help? I can hear the alien pounding the decks behind me. As far as I can tell, we are simply circumnavigating the ship. One big square hallway that runs the entire length. I have no frame of reference. The EMP is ready. Fine, set it to detonate in 1 minute and eject. The EMP pops out and I spin and grab it. The next wall I cut open has something behind it, and I jam the rigged ZPFM through the hole, pop my last smoke bomb, and floor it. Just as I thought, we're back to the boarding ramp and out into the open area. I don't see Behemoth or anyone but the humans I potted. Do you think he'll fall for it? No sooner do I speak than the ramp slides noiselessly shut, and the ship lifts off, rotating in silent engines. The far wall grinds open, revealing a tunnel with light from the outside. As soon as the doors are open far enough, it shoots out at incredible speeds. The shock wave of its passing knocks me to the ground. Go, go, go! We floor it. The M-Drive blasts us after the ship. Epic has the vessels passing on sensors, but the ship itself is invisible to radar. Where is it? 75 miles and climbing. Amelia, we need to go faster. Do it! The M-Drive flares as Epic dumps energy into it. I've never had it going this fast in the atmosphere. He is breaking orbit. How long till the EMP goes off? 6 seconds. Range? 15 miles. Energy fluctuations are off the charts. He may be trying to use some sort of quantum drive. We slip the bonds of the Atmo into space. Normally, I love this part, but we don't have much time. SDF-1, now! The suit whirs as plates move around. My arm shoots straight, locking into place. The 1-inch-wide barrel clicks together, forming 3 feet of mass driver. Aiming. EMP has detonated. The energy fluctuations have vanished. Good. I watch the mass driver power up. Of course, firing it in space is entirely different than when I'm on the ground. I have nowhere to bleed the kinetic energy to, which means I am going to go very fast in the opposite direction. Amelia, we do not know if the kinetic absorption will protect you. Firing the SDF-1 in space could result in you reaching velocity too fast for the kinetic manipulators to protect you. You could die, Amelia. I can always die, Epic, but if they get away with Behemoth, we all die. Target the ship. I don't think a near hit will kill the big psychopath, and I know she can survive in space. SDF-1 primed, shot in the barrel. I can feel the vibration from the tungsten ball as it pre-speeds up. The suit vibrates from the strain. My energy levels fluctuate wildly, and cold seeps in. Most of the suit's power shifts to the mass driver. Ready? I take a deep breath. I wish I could have talked to Luke one more time. Fire! 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 24. Amelia? Amelia? Amelia, wake up! 5 more minutes, Tio. Wait, I'm not at home. I blink several times, trying to clear the sleep from my eyes. Then I see it. The moon, looming large on my faceplate. Rangefinder shows 300 kilometers to impact, and I'm going really, really fast. Full power to M-Drive, Epic! I swing my feet around, pointing them at the moon as the drive winds up. It's a mostly silent propulsion, but when I really pour on the power, it whines. In space, I hear nothing. Thankfully, the speedometer shows us slowing down. If I'd hit the moon at the speed I was going... Pancake City. Okay, the moon. Wow. How am I at the moon? The G-forces from the mass driver rendered you unconscious and accelerated us to 3.8 miles per second. That explains the moon. Altitude is down to only a few feet when relative velocity hits 0. Before I step where no one has gone before, I need to know what happened. Did it work? We hit the alien craft dead center. The resulting explosion tore the ship in half. It did not make the gateway it had tried to form. Thank goodness. So they don't use FTL then? It would appear not. Some kind of bridgeway or wormhole. Cool. Okay, let's do this, then head home. I have a feeling things are going to pick up from here. I look down at my feet, dangling weightlessly above the surface of the moon. What I wouldn't give to have someone, anyone here with me. I'll just have to enjoy it enough to make up the difference. I sat down, my boots sinking into the lunar dust. Epic, record. Of course. I smile. Yeah, he would. Wow. Okay, enough sightseeing. Blast off. The M-Drive kicks in with a swirl of disturbed lunar dust, and we're flying back toward the Earth. Epic, any chance she's still alive? A very good chance. However, it may have been kinder to kill her outright. She will be floating in space for a very long time. Hopefully. Prison is prison, and she belongs where she can't hurt anyone. Plot us a course for home. Maximum thrust. Plotted. Punch it! Epilogue. It only took a lifetime to debrief the Pentagon about the alien ship. Now that we know what to look for, Epic has created an algorithm for searching space for alien craft. He generously shared it with NASA. With no more drone touchdowns, the team's on a short break before we resume training, which gives me just enough time to right a great wrong. Kate is right, of course. It isn't too late. I didn't know his family owned a ranch in Texas. I know he fancied himself a cowboy with his truck and boots, but then again, so do most men in Arizona. He is one, though. The ranch isn't huge, a few acres and maybe 100 head of cattle. I bank around to do another pass, my fourth. The altimeter reads a steady 8,000 feet. I don't want him to know I'm here, not until I'm ready to go down. Which I'm not. You need to land eventually. Thanks, I didn't know that. I thought I could fly forever. Technically, the suit can. You would perish relatively quick. Yuck, yuck, I mutter. One part of my HUD shows Luke riding a Palomino pony. His clothes are far more practical here than they were in Arizona, and his black Stetson obscures some of his face. I sigh. How could I have been so stupid? Of course, the world is never going to be safe. I can't hide the rest of my life. Not living my life. I'm just sorry it took me so long to see that. Now, though, I don't know if I can overcome the barrier between us. I hurt him. Bad. What if he doesn't want to see me, or what if he tells me to leave? Oh, God, what if he just doesn't care? What if he's seeing someone else? Amelia, your heart is racing. I recommend deep breaths. I try. I really try. Epic. What if he doesn't care about me anymore? I am not an expert on human emotions. However, I find it highly unlikely, in the space of 1 month, Luke would go from willing to propose marriage to not caring. Don't use your machine logic on me, I say with a smile. He's right, of course. Luke may be mad at me, but he isn't going to hate me or anything. This was so much easier when we just ate pizza and stayed in my lab all the time. Part of me wished I could go back there. You can never go home again, I guess. I never understood what that meant until now. Not really. There is a measure of regret in your voice. Are you rethinking your decision to rekindle your relationship with Luke? If so, I highly recommend against it. No, just... things used to be a lot simpler. I take another pass before looking for a suitable place to land. I don't want to scare his cattle or anything. I don't know how any of this stuff works. Do cattle scare? Or would they just keep eating and ignore me? The main house is a small 1-story with an L shape. I can make out the barn and the parking area. The driveway from the road is paved, but everything else is dirt and scrub brush. Not exactly wheelchair-friendly. The driveway it is. I drop down behind the barn and hover next to his truck before setting the suit on the pavement. Epic, call Luke. My faithful AI promptly calls my former beau. When the phone passes 3 rings, I think he isn't going to answer. Then he does. Yes? Hi, Luke. It's Amelia. Idiot. Of course he knows who you are. Caller ID and the sound of your voice. Why is this so hard? Yeah, he chuckles. I can tell. Congratulations, by the by. Thanks. We're not out yet, though. I hope you didn't call to ask me back. I think I'm done with that part of my life. Sheer terror grips me, and I seriously consider blasting off into space right then and there. I was never much good at being a superhero. I treated it like being a Marine, but it never felt right. The only part that ever did was you. My throat swells, and I choke on it for a second. Luke, I'm sorry. Me too. Damn it, he's not making this easy. I walk toward the barn, keeping the building between us. I know I panicked. And I took it out on you. I don't know how not to, though. It just seemed simpler to not do anything than to do something. Hiding in my lab, where I'm the most comfortable anyway, well, that was an easy choice to make. So easy, in fact, I didn't make it. Pythia's words come back to me. Often people make the decisions that affect their lives the most when they aren't even paying attention. I wasn't paying attention, Luke, just operating on autopilot. I'm sorry. truly. He's silent for a moment. I can hear him breathing on the other end. I decide to take a chance and put it all on the line. I'm ready to choose differently if it... Here it goes. Brace, Amelia. If it still matters? I can see him now, on his horse, not 100 feet away. He doesn't see me yet. I walk toward him, armored feet crunching the ground.
I don't know. I don't want you to change just for me, Amelia. I like you the way you are. I'm not going to be the man who forces you to be afraid. I won't do it.
You're not forcing me to do anything. I'm choosing to live my life, not hide from it.
I don't think you've ever hidden from anything.
His voice perks up. Yes, I have. I hide behind my lab, my suit, even behind Epic. I hide because I feel vulnerable all the time. I don't want to feel that way anymore.
Amelia, you don't...
He sees me. I wait for him to smile. Please, God, let him smile.
You came here, huh? Now I feel silly talking to you on the phone. Wait right there and I'll come over.
He hangs up the phone and with an aw-shucks grin rides his horse over to me. Hopping down, he tethers it to a bush before coming to stand before me. I still have to look up, even in the armor. I'm sorry.
You said that already,
he replies. Here goes nothing. 1, 2, 3. Epic, initiate. The first thing that happens is my helmet splits apart, flipping behind me. Then the front of the suit pops forward and shifts up before wrapping around. Within a few seconds, I'm sitting in my wheelchair. Except it has no wheels. In order to make the suit something I could take on and off, I had to ditch a few things. The M-drive stays active, pulsating beneath me. It isn't the most comfortable chair that ever was, but it will do. He stares at me, a slow grin spreading on his chiseled 5 o'clock shadow-covered chin.
You wore a dress,
he states. I never wear dresses. I hate them. Kate made me. It's a blue frilly thing with sequin butterflies over my right side. I didn't even wear my synth suit, relying on Epic to run most of the functions. It would have spoiled the look. She curled my hair, too, but I'm pretty sure the helmet ruined it. Surprise. You like it?
I do,
he says, kneeling in the dirt next to me.
You came all this way just to say you're sorry?
Yes, and...
And what?
He's grinning now, trying to extract more from me than I'm giving. Jerk, I mutter.
That's an apology?
No, this is... I reach out and pull him to me, kissing his lips and running my hands through his hair. I don't know how long we stay embraced, but long enough to leave me breathing heavy. When we break, I hold my forehead against his.
Well then,
he says.
What next?
I was hoping we could go inside and... Luke vanishes. Everything vanishes. Quantum nausea, the effect I get when I've been teleported, rolls over me and I want to puke. I felt exactly the same every time I traveled in the damn elevator under the Diamondback HQ. I appear in a room with gray walls and no visible lighting. I fall backward and land on my rump. Not that I really feel it. I'm on the floor, which means no chair, no suit, no Epic. I scramble back as a portion of the wall slides up. I don't have to go far to get to the wall behind. The effort leaves me panting. Kate! Kate! I scream her name over and over in my head. Nothing happens. Fear hits like a wave. My gut clenches, and I desperately try to get a handle on my breathing. Light fills the room. So brilliant, I have to hold my hand up to see the figure walk in. Oh, shit! This concludes Inescapable Arsenal by Jeffery H. Haskell, narrated by Emily Beresford. Copyright 2017 by Jeffery H. Haskell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jeffery H. Haskell and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.